Welcome to the recording of Magic in the Madness. I'm Grace Ambrook from Heart Soul Expansion, co-facilitator with Kath Clarke from kathclarke.com. And we had a bit of a technical glitch at the beginning of the live recording, so I'm just taking a minute to re-record that for you to set the energy of the invitation for you to receive as much from this Magic in the Madness presentation as you possibly can. So over these hours, whether you watch it all together or in little snippets, there will be things that you have heard before and there will be things that you've never heard before. And I encourage you to be in an open, receptive state to both of those things. Because on this global awakening, everything is up in the air, you will have the ability, or you have the ability, to receive information and awareness and mind shifts and paradigm shifts at a different level from where you've been before. So I encourage you to listen with that open heart. So have an attitude of receiving everything and judging nothing. And in this way, you will, as you listen to what we share, receive exactly what it is that you need to become aware of right now in order for you to take further action on and to allow that part of you to be more present in the world that is birthing through this. So there are wilder, deeper invitations for us to show up in our world. And this is what this magic is all about, and the magic that Kath and I share in the event and we shared. So enjoy listening to the recording. Open heart, receive everything. Listen with fresh ears and you will hear a piece of magic that will make a total difference to your world right now. Much love.
Welcome everybody, and thank you so much for joining us. I know that we had over 100 people register for this, so I can't wait to see everybody as they find their moments of magic in and amongst their Saturday madness, being able to pop in and share some of today with us. So there's a few little bits of housekeeping. I'll tell you a little bit for those that don't know me, and a quick little bit about who I am, and then a little bit of housekeeping and why I also, Grace and I came together on this. So I've been working with Grace. She's been my energetic coach and mentor for the last probably 4 years. I think we met maybe 4 years ago, and has really, as I just said on a live to my group actually, probably 4 years ago, I would have been an anxious, nervous mess in and amongst all of this, on the toilet full time with nervous diarrhea for sure, while all of this was going on. And Grace's energy teachings have taken me through this journey. It helped me stay centered and see the possibility and hope even in something that may to many of us feel hopeless. And so I'm really excited to bring this to you. We were supposed to do it last Saturday. For some reason, it wasn't the right fit. And here we are this Saturday, and what a beautiful sunny day it is in Melbourne. And we can't wait to bring all of this opportunity and possibility to you guys today. So there's a few little things that I want to just touch off. Sorry, I just got to check my little notes here. So if you would like to ask a question, I believe that there is it's a little bit different to how we normally work, but just type it straight into the chat box, and Amanda is monitoring those and she'll bring them to our attention. We're going to be moving through 4 kind of segments today. Roughly, each one will be roughly 40 minutes long, and we will have a little twinkle wee break in the middle, so don't worry. We're bringing you lots of sparkles today. It's very in line with Grace's branding, and mine's maybe a little less sparkly, but it's still very magical. So you are all getting a little taste of Grace's pixie dust today. So let's send us messages in the chat box. We're really interested to see how it's landing with you, and anything that it's bringing up for you, because the more relevant we can make it, the better. If you're having any technical problems or any difficulty in joining or anything like that, then email letsgo@kathclarke.com, and Amanda's monitoring the inbox and will help you there. If you are having technical problems, chances are you didn't hear me just say that. So Throughout the series today, we're going to be doing some processes with you, some release processes, some visualizations, some things like that that'll really help you shift the energy that's going on for you at the moment into something more powerful. But if you feel that you've enjoyed some of those processes, or you want to do any sort of extension learning on those, we're going to give you the opportunity to opt in for some free gifts that we're giving you that Grace and I have put together to help expand your reality around that. So we will be asking you to pop your email address into the chat box throughout, just to see, so we can give people that want what, basically, because there's 4 different things that we're going over. At the end, when you leave the webinar, I believe that you're going to be prompted with a link just to give us a little bit of feedback about what you loved and what you, what was helpful, what you particularly enjoyed. And that's going to be useful for us in supporting you further if there's any opportunity to do that. This is an entirely free webinar. I don't want you to be sitting here thinking that you're going to be pitched at the end. We are completely unattached and feel that this is just a community service that we need to do for our beautiful tribe, because it is feeling like an unstable time, and we want to be of support and love to you guys too, because we know that by raising the frequency, we're going to be able to overcome this and create a really beautiful reality for all of us moving forward. So participate wholeheartedly, give us everything that you want to give us, and if you would be so kind as to give us back some feedback at the end, we would be eternally grateful for that. I don't think there's too much else. We're going to slip straight into the first section. If anyone's got any questions, just pop it in the chat box and we can go. Thank you, everyone. All right, Gracie.
Beautiful. Okay, so as thank you, Kath. Oh, and I'm Grace from Heart Soul Expansion.
Oh, sorry, sweetheart. Yes.
Yes. Hello. Who I am. I'm just straight into it. So I've been working with energy medicine, facilitating people on their purpose and their potential for I don't know, 25, 30 years. As a combination of all of those, there's been a progression, of course, in the development of all of my gifts and talents and abilities, as there is in each of us. And at each point, we're being awakened to go to that next level. And that's certainly what I mentor people in doing, with great joy and pleasure for those people who are into that. So that's me. And the 4 things that we're going to cover today are, in this order, morning. So, because we are letting go of the world as we have known it, and the power in that morning. That's where we're starting in a minute. Actually, I'm not going to tell you actually what's next. We're just going to go with it, because one of the things that we're actually being asked to do in this time now is becoming much more confident and comfortable with not knowing. And this is actually, I'm going to be talking about and feeding you with awareness around this all the way through, because it's absolutely pivotal to being able to show up and make good choices and decisions for us, is being more and more comfortable with not knowing. And that requires us to have a deeper trust in ourselves and in our souls and in source. And we're going to really bring these energies alive as we move through each of the 4 sections. So there's a little bit of an awakening mystery as you take this ride with us today, and we're building the energy as we go. So I understand that 4 hours can be a big chunk out of your day, but it is specifically created to bring you through a journey. So if you're watching the replay, I would encourage you to not skip around, to actually go through the process. And that's where you're going to receive the most joy from it. So in the morning, where we are right now is life, we're fundamentally, our nervous systems and things, we are in a bit of a shock. Like, who would have thought that this tiny little virus that we can't even see would stop the world? Like, how amazing. And so all of the things that we've known feel like they're falling away. And in many instances, they are actually falling away. This is what is happening. And so as they're falling away, the most amazing thing we can do for ourselves is to let them fall away. And because as we let them fall away, new things that we've never, ever thought possible are actually rising up from within you. So already, if you look around you, you can see all these amazing creative things that are coming out of this experience. So, you know, I know there was in one of the Italian hospitals, an engineer down the road from one of the hospitals redesigned one of the pieces of equipment that they use to support the lungs. And so he redesigned it. He had a 3D printer printed out these new, for want of a better word, stents. That's not the correct medical term. And, you know, supported the hospital there in providing, you know, the service. So in that moment of disaster, this incredible innovative energy is bursting forward. We have to let go in order to let this energy come up. So what that requires us to do is to shift where we have our sense of security and where we thought we were in control. Because certainly now, I don't know about you, but you know, what you thought you controlled, you could go down and shop whenever you liked, or, you know, just have the control to go where you like it's all changed. Yeah. And the plans that you had, so school holidays, where have they gone? You know, so I really want you to kind of acknowledge that it's okay to feel a little bit wobbly, because all the places and all the things where you had everything sorted, you knew that your income was coming from this particular part of your business, or from your job that you were in, or wherever, all of that is, unless you're an essential service, you know, is kind of like this. And certainly, you know, that builds up some sense of insecurity and fear. And we fear for our loved ones, and we fear for our community about their health. You know, it's amazing how much refocus there is now on health. You know, like suddenly we're washing our hands. So again, this mourning process we're going to take you through in a little while allows us to let go, to make room for what is actually coming up in this, because this is a great awakening. It's not a demise. There was a lot of dysfunction going on in our world, and everybody was aware of it, but doing not a lot about it, or doing, that's actually not true. There are many of us that are doing our very best about it. And I want to acknowledge and thank those of us who are doing that, changing our dietary, looking at how we have our energy, all of those things. You all know about all of those. That's not what I'm here to talk about today. But for those in our community that were not in that place, then this is a you know, a wake-up call. It is the great awakening. I'm going to jump forward here. I'm actually going to share a conversation, and look for these things in your life. So I have a friend who lives in the thick of a very, very busy life in Sydney, and he's not particularly into spirituality or into energy or into the big picture of the world. And, you know, his business has been severely impacted. And, you know, he was on the phone to me, and out of his mouth comes, you know, Grace, I'm not quite sure what's going on here, but I know there's something bigger happening. And I also know that we're all going to be better off at the end of it. And well, we're not at the end of it, but, you know, that's his terms, because we're not at the end of anything. We're at the beginning of everything. And I want to share that with you, because this is the energy that we want to let rise up in ourselves and in others. So he would never have said that 12 months ago. He would never have said that 3 months ago. And so in this this is what he's got to let go, and many of us are letting go of how we thought the world functioned, and allow something new to come in. So again, I'm just, as I'm building up to the process that we're working through, we are in shock to a certain degree, and it can feel like, I just want to acknowledge, it can feel like all of our dreams are actually running away from us, rather than creating our dreams. So we're looking for a sense of stability and certainty. And I'm going to repeat this again. Our new sense of security and stability and certainty is in our connection to all that is. Because when we know the truth of who we are, when we know what our magic is, when we know what to do with our magic, that's how we make a contribution into this world, regardless of what is happening around us and to us. So it is the point at which we have great strength, because this is what we came, you know, this is what we came to do. A little bit more about that later. The other thing that seems to be missing sometimes in some of the conversations is we're not going back to where we were. We are going somewhere new. We are not going back to where we were. We are going somewhere new. Life is asking different things from us. And this is an opportunity to bring those different things to life. So, and the magic and what's coming to life is already, like, you will see it in your own communities, and you'll see it on Facebook, you'll see it in the news, in and amongst all the fear mongering. But, you know, take the comedy festival in Melbourne. I know that, of course, you know, that was for many of the comedians, and, you know, I'm a lover of art and artists, it's the creative energy that's actually, it's the creative energy that's actually being stirred up right now. But for a lot of these beautiful beings committed to bringing laughter into our world, oh my God, thank goodness you're here. This was probably around about anywhere between 70 to 90% of their annual income was in the festival season. And so I'm not quite sure exactly how this ended up, but I know that there was this huge movement to come in here about people not wanting refunds, or, you know, making extra donations to the comedians. So again, it's like looking, you know, to move through our fear, we've got to shift our focus to the magic that's emerging. So, and that's like orienting ourselves to the magic that is emerging. So the media, it's very easy for us to get wrapped up into the fear. I'm really going to encourage you to look at the magic and reorient yourself. Oh, look at that. Isn't that amazing? Deep gratitude for that. So, you know, there's lots of instances of uncertainty. You know, who would have thought, well, it's like, look at, we're not in control. You know, we've never been in control, and we will never be in control. This is why we have to have this connection to all that is, because that's where we get our sense of safety and security from, when we don't kid ourselves to think we're in control. So, you know, unexpected pregnancies, actually, when Kath and I were talking about that, we said, you know, it was kind of like everybody thought that Hillary was going to be in for sure and not Trump. And, you know, that didn't quite work out that way. And it's like when people go and buy houses and you've got this plan, you think, oh, you've got to have this and got to have this and got to have this. And then you walk into a house and you go, oh my God, this is nothing like it. And bang, you're in. So we kid ourselves when we actually think we're in control. And so while we're spending this time acknowledging acknowledging, sorry, I'm just doing a little bit of a time check because I can tend to go over time. So I'm just monitoring where I am so that we cover everything off. I hope you'll be patient with me around that. And you see, when we're in resistance, when I started off at the beginning of the call saying, whether you've heard it all before or whether you've heard none of it before, or whether you think I'm drawing a really long bow, which is what most of my family say to me when I deliver beautiful truths to them. They go, oh, that's a pretty long bow you're drawing. And I'm going, oh my God, no, it is. It's like, oh my God. So I'm just going to encourage you to just open up to this possibility. And it's okay that if we stop thinking that we're in control, we're going to open up pathways of inspiration and pathways of innovation that are greater than we ever thought was possible. This is why we're not going back to where we were. We're going into a whole new earth, because all of the things that we knew and we know deep inside of us are possible. Now is the opportunity universally for those to be supported and to come up. So we're going to do a process around allowing the fear, because that's what I was talking about. I was talking about the resistance. So if we resist anything, we resist everything. If we're saying, I don't want that, but I'll have that, it's working really against the energy. We want to be going, oh, look at that. Isn't that amazing? Oh, look at that. Isn't that amazing? Oh, I wonder what's next. I wonder what's possible from here. Working with the principle of the universe is actually self-organizing around our success, because all is, I am, you are, we are infinite love. Drop it to the core. That's the ultimate truth. And this energy is making us all drop into what's actually important. So families going, oh my God, we have to actually sit in the house and be together day after day after day. And in that, there is all sorts of miscombobulations and all sort of stuff. But at the end of the day too, there's all sort of like, oh my God, I never realized this about this. Like we're finding the love again in the place that love really exists. You know, we're finding the love again in the place where love, when I say really exists, of course it exists everywhere, but you know what I mean by that. It's like finding the love where it actually matters and where it actually supports and where it actually creates a world that is full of magic and full of possibilities. Because when you stop long enough, which is what this is, in inverted commas, making us do, when we stop, we can actually receive. When we're in busyness, we've so got it sorted, I've got to control this, we're not actually in a receptive state. So allow this time to be receptive to your magic. And part of this is we're going to do a process here. When I was talking about, it's like it's not pushing away the fear. If you want to push away the fear, if you want to get it out of you, I don't want to be fearful, it's a fight against what's happening. And it's a fight against the energy. So I'm going to take you through this process. We're going to go on a bit of a journey. And so I want you to think about wherever fear is showing up in your world, where you're being triggered by the fear, making no judgment on it. So it could be in your financial reality, in your financial wellness. It could be in your ability to visit your parents or people in your world who are ill. You know, there's a million possibilities there. But wherever it's kind of feeling strongest for you at the moment as we go through this process, I just want you to acknowledge that fear. and acknowledge the fear and kind of feel where it's strongest in your body. Like, is it making you crunch up like this? Is it got you close to tears all the time? Has it got you shitting yourself because you don't know where the next dollar's coming from? Is it down in your belly? Like, where is this fear? However it plays out, it's all unique to you. And when you sense it in your body, I'd also like you just to acknowledge. So once we acknowledge something, we can actually work with it. If we're not acknowledging it, if we're in denial of it, we can't shift it because we're saying it's not there. Yeah. So deeply acknowledge the fear, acknowledge where you're feeling it in your body. I just want you to tune in for a minute as to how much control energy kind of is sitting in there. Yeah, it's like, well, I've got to control, I've got to hold on. And just where you've been, what you've been hanging on to that represents what gives you the stability. However, that's kind of coming into your energy field at the moment. And don't make any judgment on it. Don't say, oh, it's ridiculous. Like, let it be ridiculous. Life never's made sense. Our emotions never made sense. Our feelings never make sense. Like, stop trying to make them sense. They're not sensible things. But let's just acknowledge that. And in that acknowledgement, let's just accept it. So yes, it's there. Yes, I feel my fear. I accept that's how yeah, man, I'm shaky around this. If you shed a tear right now, let it flow, honey, baby, person, man, whoever, let it flow. It's like, oh God, I accept that I'm worried about that. I accept how I live up to my role as a mother or as a business owner or to my clients or to my employees. Oh my God. Just accept that. Allow yourself to deeply accept it. Accept it. That is how you feel. And then we've kind of already gone into this allowance energy. Just allow it to be there. For once in your life, can you let go of the judgment of yourself for how you feel? Can you let the divine in you just release that judgment of you for how you feel about all of this? Just allow yourself this moment, this privilege, allow yourself to feel all that was your sense of security. Just allow it to actually fall away. Just allow the life as you knew it, in gratitude and love and amazement. Just allow it to fall away. Any sense of control or hanging on to what was in this beautiful space of acknowledgement. And just allow it to go where it needs to go. Trusting that the universe is self-organizing around your greatest potential, all of our greatest potentials. Take a beautiful, beautiful breath. You've acknowledged the fear and the control. You've accepted that it's there. You've allowed yourself to feel it, know it, and release it. And in that releasing, I want you to imagine that these beautiful new energies and new pathways and new innovations and new possibilities are opening up. Kind of made space for them, if you like. We're going to access these previously unknown parts of you, previously unknown possibilities. Now that we've allowed it all to move away and we've stopped judging ourselves, we can access the light, the love, the possibilities behind your fear pattern. So I want you or encourage you to use your imagination here and just imagining that there is this beautiful light of possibility in your field, in your vista, in your energy circuits. And you are able to access that energy now. So if you, or as you imagine, however it appears to you, it doesn't matter, but just imagine that you have full access to that energy. Full access. There's now nothing in between you and that energy. You have full access. And you don't know anything about it. You might know nothing about it. It might inform you as we go through this process. But it's something you've never felt before, maybe. Or something you felt before and have never paid any attention to. Or something even that you felt before and gone, oh, I don't know what that is, go away. And now you can actually access it, because now is the time for it to come into your consciousness and into your awareness. You are accessing the unknown, and I just want you to feel the love that is in that. So love is something that's quite often very difficult to describe, but you can totally sense and feel it. And I want you to access the love that you have allowed to enter into your awareness right now. And accessing that, imagining that it's traveling all the way through your body, through your heart, through your mind, through your physicality, through the way you think, through the way you feel. And this beautiful light that you've seen, that you've accessed, that you might know a little bit about, or you might never have ever considered before, and you might at this point know a little bit about. I just want you to imagine that that energy is actually running through you. It's running all the way from your heart, all the way down through your body. It touches Mother Earth, goes all the way down to the center of the Mother Earth, where it's actually met by the love, by the heart of Mother Earth herself. And in that meeting of this energy that you have just brought through, you've accessed in your own knowing, you feel the support and welcome the support. No hows, don't worry about the hows, just let the energy in and feel the love of Mother Earth coming back to you, because you have accessed part of your magic, the unknown magic coming to life through you, as you, is you. And the love and the fields of possibilities opening up for you in that. Then just sensing now your feet on the ground, your hips on the chair, Taking a beautiful breath, lovely sigh, moving your chin around, your shoulders and neck. And if anybody would love to pop in some comments in the comment box, that would be beautiful to share what is being accessed and the joy of actually letting yourself feel the fear and not giving your power away to it. So, yes. So Nat says, wow, the tears are flowing freely. What magic. And yes, and Amanda's encouraging to embrace and big hugs. So if anybody else would like to share what's going on, a field of love bubbles. Oh, yes, because this is for everybody, because we're doing this right like now together, and all the people who are listening to the recording and all of that. All of this is for all of us, because each and every one of us is bringing through a particular piece of magic that supports everybody. And that's why as you live your magic, you are supporting you and you are supporting everybody. So please share, because the bubbles and the tears and that's beautiful lightness, and your shoulders are back and your heart is forward. Absolutely beautiful. So I didn't realize I had any fear and I've been in denial. Yeah, totally. And that's because we don't want to go there, because we don't know what to do with it. And this is what you do with it. You acknowledge it. You accept it. You allow it. And then you access what's beyond it. Powerful, easy, simple. I don't know how long that took us, but you know, Kath is saying a huge release energetically through her neck and her shoulders. Cass is saying the pain and pressure on her shoulders has been released, and she gets a strong feeling that we'll be financially okay throughout all of this. Yeah, totally. We're going to be, no, I'm not going to tell you. It's a secret. It's an awakening mystery. One step at a time. So, you know, where we've been fighting our fear and disliking that we're in fear and all of that stuff, nah, no judgment on the fear. Acknowledge it, because in acknowledging it, you can access these deeper aspects of you. So in our morning, you can feel how healthy that simple process was. You know, morning letting go is a healthy process. And one of the things that's really important around this time of morning is not to hang on. I'm going to probably harp on around this, I think, today as it's coming through, is the world as it was is no longer our world. And we can rejoice in that. It's rocky roads right now because we're in transition and we're in shakedown. We have to stop doing anything while everything is recalibrating, like dolphins going up the canals in Venice. Oh my God, you know, depending on where you are in your spiritual journey, you know, many of us are aware that dolphins, like whales, I don't think we'll get the whales up the canals, I don't want them to hurt themselves, but the dolphins are spreading all this new energetic pathways and ley lines across the planet, you know, because we've stopped. The pollution is reducing. Mother Earth is regenerating because we've stopped. So, you know, right now, let us just stop and, you know, allow what is emerging to come to us rather than us fighting for it or trying to push it away. So, Peter Martin says, the acceptance of this whole world dilemma removed all the expectations of me as I was. Oh my God, absolutely perfect, totally. Because it's where you were has been doing a great job, and who you were, it's a great job, fantastic. Now everything's different. So we don't go back to being who we are. We step into who we actually truly are, because we've been waiting for this great awakening. Beautiful, thank you, Peter. Emma, that was so empowering. Did we all just share knowledge energetically when you were taking? Absolutely. Talking about that being open and let it in. You don't have to know it all. No, none of us can know it all. That's why we're all here. Yes, all together. Expectations, not exceptions. Beautiful. Thank you, Peter Martin. What a gift this pause time is. Totally, Kath. I'm not sure who this is because we've just got a URL name. Letting go of control is so important for me, not to fear the unknown and trust in your knowing. Oh my gosh, yeah, it's the key. It's the key. We're being, like, many of us have known this before. We now have a key to actually truly live it. I want to take that in. We've known it before. This shift, now we truly live it. Now we truly live our knowing and we truly live our magic. This is what this is about. We're just in recalibration, pause, recalibrate, come out, bing, bing. It really is a gift to hit pause and not to feel guilty. Yes, great, totally. Like, how much, anywhere, anyone, anything that's associated with busyness as being some sort of heroic pastime, like, let's let all of that go. Huh? Let's allow that excessive busyness and our whole identity of who we are to disappear. Let it all go back to its point of creation, and at that point of where that illusion was created, let all of that then just go, poof, return it to infinite potential. No more guilt about actually stopping. Stopping is an important part of recalibrating in our life. Sharon says, oh, sorry, that beautiful sharing was from Janine. Thank you, Janine, when I was talking about the address. Emma says, to be vulnerable and let down with no witnesses, absolutely. Kath says, totally, always feel guilty to stop and say no to things. Yeah, like, oh my gosh, if we are being, even I think Amanda was talking about how much time she has now that she's not running here, there and everywhere. You know, it's like, not that those things were bad, but this beautiful realization of, oh my gosh, when do I stop? Because it's in our stopping time that we recalibrate. And our recalibration is so important because it actually allows us to show up as the truth of who we are. Bing! And if we don't recalibrate, because we're continuously recreating ourselves, that's the truth. So all of this unconscious, repetitive doing things, have to go here, have to go there, is not actually allowing yourself to recalibrate and be the magic that you are. Oh, somebody's pruning their roses as they're listening. How excited. Oh, the rose energy. Oh my God, that's a topic for another day. It's inspired her to write notes and share ideas with her audience. Beautiful. Kim's having beautiful family long time meals, and Leslie loves the positive vibes at this time. And I'm not sure. Amanda says, yes, life is still chaotic, but it's so much easier with real downtime. Thank you, Amanda. Totally. So you can see in this acknowledging how you can, like, you know, people say, oh, you got to let it go. You got to let it go. Try what we've just done. Acknowledge, accept, allow, access. Can you feel how letting go is kind of like a foreign concept in all of that? Because it just does it. So, and the morning of these moments of sadness that we have and feeling vulnerable because we're out of control, let them be there, acknowledge it, allow it. Sorry, acknowledge it, accept it, allow it, access something more. So how are we doing for time? Am I doing all right? Yes, I am. So I see that this is recording, so can we do it again? Yes, absolutely, Emma. This is being recorded and you totally can do it again, for sure. In fact, I would...
She's so confident as she speaks. Yes, the answer is yes. I mean, like, you can do this. I think she means the process, right? The process is redoable.
Oh, yes, sorry. Yes, I knew. Yeah, no, I thought that's what you meant. Yes. So it was, you know, it's about what's, you know, yeah, you can track it back in time and just listen to it again. Totally.
Beautiful.
Yes, well, we have this available for everyone on Facebook and via our special link. Yep. Thank you, Amanda. Yes. Beautiful. So one of the things that we have actually, I'll invite Kath to pop her contribution in here as well, but it's just about letting this, it's okay to feel sad. It's okay to feel fearful. The more that you can acknowledge that, the more easily you're going to transition into this. And when you feel the fear around you, it's just like acknowledging that all of us are going through a massive transition into this great, awakening. And one of the other things that I share a lot with my clients with is keeping their energy systems healthy. And one of the gifts that we've put together for you is this is a beautiful chakra cleansing meditation, which is one of the gifts that you at the, Amanda, I can't remember how we do this properly. So at the end, they mention that. Oh no, if they'd like it, they pop your email address
in the chat box now. Yeah. So if you want the chakra clearing meditation that Grace is talking about, that'll just keep you in flow every day and connecting to that beautiful energy, then just pop your email into the chat box now, and we can email it to you after.
Yeah, beautiful. And also it is actually a new chakra cleansing. So it's actually because energetically everything shifted. So there are in that there is a new, I've been gifted a new access point into those chakra systems and the way to actually move the energy through. So that's actually in this. It's a brand new recording. It's not one I did a couple of years ago. So it's congruent with where we're at.
Hey.
All of our chakra systems are upgrading with the rest of us. And that's what we do in this.
Look at all these beautiful email addresses coming. Oh my God, I'm so excited. This is the happiest I've felt for 2 weeks.
Totally. And the value of like this is the happiness that comes out of the morning, Kath.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Yep. Because
that's why she's such an incredible coach. She's the only reason I can do what I do, I tell you. You're incredible, Gracie.
Oh, thank you, sweetheart. But because this is what is. And Kath, in your work that you do, like you bring this alive in people and through their businesses. And like I know that many of us here are in business and some of us are not. And in essence, like who gives a rat's? Like we're all in this together. And it's just that business is how you show yourself to the world. And and that's why it's fun. That's why it's fun. That's why it is, because you actually show yourself to the world and you bring yourself to the world. So that's truly amazing.
Actually, and if I can pick up from there, Grace, sorry, I'm not going to apologize for crying, but just sorry if my mascara is running. When I started working with Grace about 4 years ago, some of you all know my story, but around 2.5 years ago, just as I kind of attracted these incredible people into my business, actually, and a couple of them were beautiful energy coaches, one of them being Grace, things started to shift and I started to be able to understand my own value and where my value lay. And I remember both of you telling me at the time, like, yes, you're choosing to express yourself through marketing right now, but that's not your actual gift. And I was like, panicky, like, oh my God, I've done the wrong career. But now I understand that the marketing is one way that I can express what I call my original magic, you call your unique magic, and really deep inside us is we all have the magic, and the more I've been able to pull myself back towards exactly what component of it, like what that magic actually is, and use that component, the more I've entered into this positive feedback loop of really doing, like I would say that I'm in one of the very few people in the world that does exactly what their joy and gift is 95% of the week. It's pretty extraordinary. So, and then as a result, funnily enough, the money has started to flow. So even though, you know, it was quite an easy thing to sell in the past, leads and sales, who wouldn't want their business to succeed? Get me leads, help me sell to them. It was logical, right? It was what I was selling before now. But once I did the deep work with Grace and kind of emerged after an immersion weekend with her, where I behaved like a total little bitch, by the way. It was a 2-day immersion. The first day was just horrific. Threw all my toys out of the pram, and and on day 2 emerged with what is now the gift that I share with everybody, and then it's just been staying in that energy since. And there's no, you know, every day I get knocked off and try to bring it back, and I'm still not perfect at it, but we try. And as we're about to move into helping you guys talk about money, I want to kind of, from my perspective, frame up. You know, I remember reading this book years ago before I'd done any work with Grace, and it was called Do What You Love and the Money Will Follow. And I don't know if you guys have felt like you read things like that and you're like, oh, bullshit, you know, just like, you know, because things feel hard and you're like, oh, how can I make money out of being a painter or this or that, It's kind of, again, it's not about what you're actually doing. It's the energy with which you do it, and tapping into that magic every day. And there's nuances to it, you know. There's nuances. You can have a great business idea or a great way to make some side hustle money or whatever in these tricky times, but it's but if you're not doing it from this place that Grace is talking about, where everything is possible, the abundance reality, the magical reality, then it certainly will make it hard, you know, whether it's successful or not, who knows, but, you know, it will certainly make it hard. So Gracie, I'll hand over to you as we move into, unless you want to talk about anything else before we jump in.
Yeah, no, I just, it just flew in, then it flew out again. It does that sometimes. Ooh, 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 ooh. It was just taking what you were saying for those and transferring it across for those people watching that you know, are not in business.
Yes, please. Yeah.
Equally transferable to your parenting skills.
Totally.
To the community you may be a massive part of, to the people that you touch every day in your life. As you show up as the magic that you are, without any requirement for them to recognize you, acknowledge you as that, simply because of the joy that you have actually allowed yourself to experience to show up in life like this, your life changes. Because you're not fighting for recognition outside yourself, because you've done the work about what you know about you in moments of downtime, if you like. So yes, Kath, you know, you had a concerted effort of time and found the magic in that, but there's many ways of doing that. But this is a universal stop time. And so no matter where you are in your life and what it is, how you're contributing to this most beautiful planet, the principle is exactly the same, universal principle. So in that universal principle, we're going to talk about some universal principles around magic, around money. And as we said at the beginning, Danielle was going to be joining us, and she's not able to, but she's also shared with her some of her wisdom that we will cover off a bit later. But just kind of, I'm just going to shift the energy across. So morning, beautiful. Yeah, right. Because one of the energies that most of us are feeling a fair amount of stress around or concern around, that you know how to clear, is around our financial reality and our financial wellness. So if it's not in our own world specifically, if you have already been implementing some of the the aspects that we're covering here, so your financial reality is where you want it to be, then I'm sure you will be feeling and compassionate to those people in our communities, distance or far, that are actually in financial stress. Like they're freaking out. I mean, you'd be freaking out if you didn't have the rent, you didn't have money to pay the rent, and you thought that your landlord was going to evict you. Like you'd be feeling a bit itchy, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
So if you're not in this, as we're talking and sharing around the money energy, we're actually doing a universal healing and transformation around the energy of money, what it is and what it isn't, and how we give our power away to it, and what we can do around that in order for us, because this whole magic in the madness is about keeping our stability in place. Yeah. So money is one of the major energies, and again, this is why this great awakening is happening. So we used to give our power away to money, to authority, power itself, and sex. So they were three energies where the power play would play out in humanity. And so we're only addressing one of those today, being money. And I want you to really feel into these next words, that money is a concept that energy forms around. And it forms around it according to your consciousness, your subconsciousness, and your unconsciousness, your beliefs and judgments, and of course, totally, what was the financial reality while you were growing up? What have you been imprinted with? But I really want to stress that none of these are reasons for you to be disconnected to the infinite fields of abundance. Because money is a concept that we've given our power away that determines how much abundance we have or haven't got. Money is not the determinant of that. There is abundance. Yep. Again, I'm going to just remind you of what I said at the beginning, what resonates, let it flow through, have an open heart, examine this land and see where this can transform you. So even when it looks like money is not coming in at the moment, then the real source is source. The infinite fields of abundance exist everywhere, eternally. And that is the true source. So when we give our power away to our jobs, our clients, our partners as being the source, it's a discombobulation in our energy systems because it's not in alignment with the truth. They are all beautiful, amazing, fantastic resources of source, but they're not the source. So as we reframe that our source is always the infinite fields of abundance, is always our source is always the source. The magic is how it enters into our world, because money is a concept around which we put energy. And so we can continually upgrade our energy around our money, and acknowledging, again, you can use the technique that we've already used to acknowledge your wound about money, to not acknowledge that you've got these imprinting that says there's never enough, or that it's difficult, or you have to work hard. But I'd love, Kath, for you to share what Danielle has contributed in this.
Yes.
And yourself, of course.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Just with this, as you're listening to what Kath is sharing, the premise is that money is a concept around which energy forms, and that our true sense, our true supply of abundance, including money, is the field of abundance, which sits as a field. And we're going to do a bit of a journey into that field a little bit later on.
So there seems to be a couple of concepts that certainly resonated with me. So let me first let you know why Danielle isn't here today. It was because of it was supposed to be last Saturday, but I got sick. Danielle said yes, of course, and then it clashed this weekend because she's renovating a house for a woman who's got 2 disabled children, and today is the handover for that. So, as she said, I thought I could do everything, but I think I should. I think this is my lesson. So she's handed me on her beautiful learnings. Danielle is my cash flow manager in my business and has been an extraordinary gift to my business, as has Grace, in taking it where it needs to go. And the reason that I brought her in actually, and how I found her. So everyone always wonders what's my hiring strategy, because I've always got such incredible staff and mentors. Well, it's magic. So this, I might encapsulate the lessons that Danielle's given me in dot points in my own story, if you all forgive me for doing that. It's not about me, it's just that it might help you understand it. So about 4 months ago, I found that I was in what I thought was generosity, letting not probably being too trusting that people would pay their bills, and realised that I was actually owed about $20,000 without even realising it, which was pretty appalling for someone who's running a profitable business and you know, taking responsibility for staff. So I said to Grace, I just need, and funnily enough, I had 6 people working in my finance department, you know, accountant, bookkeeper, various other people. As 6 people, I'm like, how does this happen when you got 6 people working on this thing, you know? And anyway, so it turns out it does. So Grace did this beautiful meditation with me where we opened up the fields of abundance, and I actually imagined this beautiful big golden pool. I said, you know, I need the right person, and I actually think I only need one, but I need the right person. And we opened up these incredible golden pools of abundance, and I've got a lot of synergy with the imagery of a waterfall. It's a lot of what helped me create the IP I now use in my business to educate my marketing clients. And so we opened up this beautiful pool with a waterfall, and I imagined myself sitting beneath this waterfall, this golden water raining on me. But we traced it back up, and we realized that the pool above was actually endless. And then the seconds later, I was like, oh, Danielle, she was in my workshop in Adelaide. Oh yes, I'm going to give her a call. And sure enough, she was on exactly the same page as we are energetically about money. And I love Grace's reframe around, you know, everyone says money is energy, you know, but it's a concept that energy gathers around. I love that. And so Danielle's point is kind of twofold. One, when we let emotions get in the way, and emotions are can rule us if we're not coming from that beautiful energetic space that Grace took you to just before, when we're not sitting in the value of who we truly are and what we have to offer, then it's easy to get emotional. I've certainly experienced that this week with various people coming at me with their fear and projections, and you know, it touches you, you know, when you've got your value wrapped up in any sort of external appreciation or anything like that, then it definitely affects you. So money, because it's a concept that energy gathers around, is the same. So if you've got your value wrapped up in money rather than your value, then it's going to be affected. So when emotions get in the way in times like these, we start making poor decisions around money. And again, I've witnessed people this week making reactive, poor decisions because this is such a fast moving energy at the moment with the virus, and Grace assures me it'll disappear as quickly as it came. You know, making decisions quickly in this time, I mean, I don't know, Grace, you might want to reframe me on this. I feel like it's better to just sort of pause and hold. Would that be right?
Yeah. Yes. Not stop.
Not stop. Yeah.
Not stop, but pause and kind of small steps, see what happens. Small steps, see what happens.
Yeah.
But like pulling yourself out and reactive stuff,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
And those big decisions, for some, there's kind of, I'm getting like 3 different streams of energy that come there. So there are some instances where those big financial decisions would actually be supportive of financial, because the well-being universally financially, because these people are in a certain position. And then there are others, like it depends on what your current financial reality actually is.
Yeah. Yeah. And so I think if you're tapping into it and you feel that there's an opportunity there, then like you say, don't stop. But if you're feeling reactionary and emotional, then that's what you need to tap in. Like, is it the truth of who I am, or is it reactionary and emotional?
That's the key.
Yeah.
That is absolutely the key. And everything else then falls in around that.
Yeah. So as you can tell by the way, by the space that Grace and I hold, is that and what I've talked about before is following your heart, which we're going to address shortly and help you feel what that actually is, helps the money to follow. You know, I've really noticed that the more I let go of all expectations and sit in the unknown and just enjoy the playfulness of my business or the way that I make money, the more money I make. And it's because I don't have expectations of the outcome. I remember a couple of years ago when I first, I separated from my husband. It was a really big deal, but it was the precipice to a lot of change for me, and also the catalyst to a lot of change for me. And I remember I was doing like more money in a month than I was doing in a year, and I was just playing. I wasn't even trying. You know, it was extraordinary. I didn't know how I was doing it and at all. So there is that space, and again, take what you can from this, and even if it feels like, oh, come on, Kath, you're full of shit. This is, it's hard, and I know because I've been there. Just even if you feel on the slightest level that there is possibility to follow your heart and the money will follow, if you can feel that that is a possibility, hold it and just amplify and expand that energy, because it is possible. It absolutely is possible. The more you get to know what your true value is and what your gift is. So Danielle says that when we give our power away to those emotions, we make, reactive decisions. So therefore it's important to have a plan for times like these. Now, for many of you, that might feel that oh, come on, it's a bit late now, we're in it, let's react. But let's just cast our mind to the future and what this is asking of us and how to change. I mean, I certainly know that I've been guilty of, I'm fairly not frugal, just mindful of how I spend my money. I don't need a lot of stuff. I don't have a lot of material possessions, and even if I had money, I wouldn't necessarily go out and spend it on clothes or anything like that. I'm quite happy repurposing things from the back of the wardrobe. It's not something that sings to me, but it's certainly, I have been guilty, and I think many of us are, of living paycheck to paycheck, not casting a plan into the future. And I think this is what it's educating us, that we need to have a flexible framework around money, a flexible plan for times like these, where we've got a cushion, so that we don't get into the emotional reactivity, but also so that we can continue being of value and of service to people. See, here Danielle is today handing over a house. She's spent months gathering tradespeople, donations, and various other things for a woman in need, and being able to do that while everybody else is scrambling to make a buck, and she's sitting here activating her cushion to continue being of value and of service. So if nothing else drives you towards getting some organization and structure around the way you manage money, then do it from the perspective of what could you gift other people when you have it. Not let's take this, this virus is asking us to self-isolate to protect the people around us. For once, we're being forced into having to care about people beyond the end of our nose. And but that's just a way of life for Danielle because she's got a financial plan. So when we're thinking about money and the organization of money, taking that into consideration is important. Danielle has a free gift that she'd like to give you all, which is an organization of your bank accounts, so that you can create that cushion, percentage formula idea. So again, pop your email address in the chat box now if you would like to know how she structures my bank account so that there is a cushion for times like these. There was a point I was about to make there. Safety net, emotions, insecurity, plan, clarity. Oh, yes. And so what I've experienced since I've brought Danielle in is, I mean, it seems kind of logical and simple and easy, but the minute I created structure around my finances, the minute the money started to come, because it knew where to land. Money doesn't like chaos. It likes to know where it's going and what energy it's going to give forward to next. And I've certainly experienced that. So her practical advice is create a plan for the new world order, the way things are coming, going to be in the future, and start living from this space now, of generosity, of value. Create into your plan the cushion that that doesn't let the emotional reactivity kick you off path and stop you from giving in times like these. Does that make sense? And Grace, does that feel right?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. It absolutely makes sense because it is a concept around it, which energy is forming. So how are you, what energy are you carrying? What is your financial reality, basically? Which is that, and you'll probably talk about that gift that you have that for Danielle probably at the end here.
Yes. Yeah.
But what I just feel like it would touch. There's a few people who've got this comment. They maybe have got a little bit lost somewhere here, and so I just want to say that that's about a way that you can direct your energy flow around money into these amazing places that feel really good and as supporting and yet expansive concurrently. And so that's one of the things that we'll talk a little bit more about at the end.
Yeah, I forgot to mention the pay yourself first bit. We'll go back to that.
Yeah. But from where you're at too, just around this energy with which we create our financial reality. I wanted to share, if that's okay with I wanted to share with you, there's kind of like 3 different vibes that we can operate from, not like generally, but it's very interesting to apply this to our financial reality. So there's 3 different vibes. The first vibe is totally embodied in, it's an abundant reality. That it's already done, and totally got that the source is the abundance of everything. So everything else is just kind of like an expression of that, not kind of, everything else is an expression of that. And so this is really highly connected in, way past your programming, way past your wounding, way past your stories of your experience with money and the power that we have given money, right? So, and it's working with the universal principle of abundance. So this time that we're in is waking us up to the universal principles, because we've all thought we were in control. And so we had all of this structure around what money does, what money doesn't do, what money should do, what there is enough money, there isn't enough money, and all of that crap, because there is in abundance reality, there is enough for everybody and everything. I just want to point to one little thing, and I meant to look up the exact figure that the Australian government has actually said is now available to the community. And I just want you to imagine that if we had gone to the Australian government as a community in January and said we'd look like, I'm just going to use $66 billion, phrasing that it's not necessarily correct. If we had gone to the Australian government as a community and said, we'd like $66 million right now, the Australian government would have said what?
No, we don't have it.
Thank you. And now that we have this energy that we can't actually see, that has stopped the whole world, guess what? Oh, yes, we will do. I'm not criticizing, I'm just saying, look at it. Look at it.
The money was always somewhere, right?
Money.
Yeah.
Look at the illusion of money. It has nothing to do with money. Nothing to do with money. It has everything to do with what you've consciously, subconsciously, or unconsciously decided is valid, real, possible, not possible, needed, required. Consciously, subconsciously, and unconsciously. And you will find it because it's actually already there, because we live in an abundant reality. So this is vibe 1. Yep. So, phew. And you know,
isn't that exciting, everyone? There's money everywhere.
So that's vibe 1, and it's a universal principle, and it's true for everybody. It doesn't matter. You're not going to like this. It doesn't matter if you're a crook, and it doesn't matter if you're an asshole, and it doesn't matter if you're an angel, and it doesn't matter if you're generous to the nth degree. The principle is equally applicable to every single one, because it is a principle. It's not selective. Air does not select who it gets breathed by, depending on whether you've been a good person or a bad person. Yep. So it has nothing to do with who you are and how good you've been, how hard you've worked. So anywhere and everywhere and anything associated with the hardship, and that you will be rewarded by money for hardship anywhere, anything, anytime that you have bought into that story. This is an opportunity to send all of that, all of the times that you consciously or unconsciously or subconsciously created that as your financial reality. Anytime, you're going to send all of that back to the point at which it's created that illusion. And you're going to send that illusion back into fields of abundance. And free yourself up to be as the field of abundance. Right, didn't know I was doing that, but here you go. So that's vibe 1. Right? Vibe 1. Vibe 2 is having to make things happen. So this is where our control energy comes in. And we're going to work hard, we're going to make things happen. We've got to get money in order to be okay. When you spend money, you have lost it. And when you get money, you've got more than you had before. So there is infinite supply. So the energy created around the concept of money is just flowing through and around. So back to the government. It's like, oh no, suddenly there it is. It's all there. It's always been there. There it is. Yep. So it's not about having less or more. It's just about, oh, I'm making a conscious choice to spread and share, which is what Kath was talking about before. I'm going to spread and share the money that comes into me into this account in this way, and this account in this way, and this account in this way, and these people in this way. So I go every morning when I buy my coffee, decaffeinated soy cappuccino. Some people like it.
It's not really a coffee, is it? Let's be honest.
I'm in vibe 1. It's like, woo, woo. And I'm loving sharing my expression with the beautiful people I buy my coffee with. It's like, woo, woo. And so, you know, in that they go, don't worry, Grace, we've got it. Thank you. Not every day, because they're like, you know, we're all sharing and caring for each other. You know, it's okay.
We need to be, it reminds me of the delivery guy that comes here. My boyfriend's got a thing for online shopping, and the delivery guy that comes is so excited every day. He's like, he has no idea who this mystical Matthew is, but he's always like looking in the house like, oh, he spent more money. Who's this crazy guy? And they met for the first time the other day, and it was so beautiful. Oh, spent money.
Yeah, so the delivery guy is experiencing the energy of like, oh, look, there's more. Oh, look, there's more.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but this second vibe, you know, is on this loss and gain, making things happen. We're kind of in this pendulum, because if we're okay when we have enough, and we're not okay when we don't have enough. So we're in this pendulum swing. You can see that in vibe 1, it's just like, oh, I'm having a different experience. What can I do to access the infinite fields of abundance? And then this creative genius will come up. And we also mentalize a lot around money.
Yeah.
Yep. So as much as we'd all love the, you know, the attraction thing.
Law of attraction?
Law of attraction. Think it and it becomes. Not quite a complete picture. Whoops. Help, and again, I'm not criticizing it, because all of these things are part of our progression of our consciousness. So I'm not criticizing it at all. And how we use our mind does have an impact in the creation fields, and I might talk about that later. So it's a piece of the puzzle. Yeah. So we can't mentalize things, and we mentalize a lot in money, basically because we go into fear, back to where we were in the morning, and that process that you can use there. And we put a lot of power away. It's like, you know, we give a lot of power away in vibe 2. So needing things to show up. So there's a lot of need energy in there, needing things to be in a certain way. You know, this is where, again, vibe 2, we can work on, you know, if you're in business, you work on that avatar kind of principle around that as well. That's where, you know, kind of trying to make these people appear in your world, as opposed to operating from vibe 1. Like, it's a very different experience.
Yeah, needy versus I'm just creating the space that you can step into.
Correct. And, you know, and the moment that you make a client or a husband or a job your source, the universe will kick you up the arse. When you stay in gratitude for the experience of interacting with them, and money is part of that, everything flows beautiful. Like, oh, look, you know, I can remember once many years ago, when I started a new job, and I absolutely loved it. I thought, oh my God, I am just in the best place. I got 4 pay rises in 5 months.
Wow.
I loved it. They loved me. What else can we create? What else is possible? Like, oh my God, stay here with us, will you? You know, like, we're rocking this. So, and again, that's kind of vibe 1, because I love vibe 1. You can
finish vibe 2, Grace.
So vibe 2 is where you become dependent, and you give your power away to people, places, or things being your source. And that it's the vibe 2 is there's enough or there's not enough. Yep. So it's a limited way of working with the money, the energy around money.
Gracie, can I just reiterate too, because what I love about this idea of the pendulum swing. So Grace was saying to me yesterday, you know, that pendulum swing of, oh my God, there's not enough, to now I've got enough. Oh my God, now I've got so much, I feel guilty. And I'd certainly find that in business, that people go through this kind of lack, and then into enough, and then they want more, and then they've got enough. So they stop doing the work. They stop and not doing the work even. I don't want to frame it like that. They stop being in momentum with it, and they go, right, I'm here. Instead of doing what you were saying, that mutual acceleration of possibilities, instead of staying in that space, they're just like, all right, I'm done now. I've given my bit. I got what I wanted, you know, and then they stop, and then everything stops, and then they go back into lack, and then into hustle, and then, you know, which keeps you in the mind space rather than in the heart space.
Yep. And any unresolved issues around feeling guilty to have money is the other thing that will kick that in. So that's that feast or famine cycle.
Yeah.
Oh, look, it's worked. Shit. Because there's an inner judgment somewhere that you're not allowed to have money, or you're evil, or whatever your story is. We don't have time to go into that today, but that's certainly a place worth in recalibrating to the infinite fields of abundance, where it's for everybody. It's like you're not special. It's not personal.
So good.
So, and then vibe 3 is where you're basically a victim to money. That money determines whether life is good or bad, right or wrong, whether you're secure or insecure, and your whole life is basically around chasing money for any sense of security. And you make lots of conclusions and judgments on yourself, on life, and on others, based on their financial position, reality, and experience. Ugh.
Yeah, it's pretty ugly energy.
Pretty ugly energy. And you are the victim of life, and you're the victim of circumstance. You're the victim to your parents' programming. Oh no, well, I'm not good with money. My parents were never good with money. Like, so what? You are not your parents. Yes, there's an influence in there. What do you want to do about it? Do you know it as the truth of your being? Do you know it as part of your magic to experience this illusion of separation from the infinite fields of abundance? Make a choice. Show up. And a classic example of this is where people give their power away to the stock market. It's humans. It's not the money. You know, I can imagine little stocks running around on their own. No.
They call it the sentiment, right? What's the sentiment of the market? It's a sentiment. Is it's a sentient? You know, what's the etymology of the word sentient? You know, it's like it can't be little mini cartoon characters with no.
Yes. Yeah. That's right. And so when the energy of fear gets in there, everything goes down because somebody's decided that there will be something terrible. So, and so that's that victim energy. So vibe 3 is victim energy. Vibe 2 is doing it hard and making it happen. And vibe 1 is being as you are living as infinite abundance. So at any one time, you can be kind of in a mixture, because this is part of what we're transiting into, is re-establishing our connection as oneness with abundance. Yep. So I strongly urge you to make no judgment on yourself for thinking, oh shit, I've been a victim of money for, you know, like a long time or whatever. Now that you recognize it, because you're taking time, and a little bit of downtime, taking a bit of time, that's good, cool, great. You've got the power of choice. All right, do some healing work around it, some transformational work around it. Open it up. What else is possible? So if we're all abundant, there is no issue, because we are actually all abundant. When we're playing and we're not, we're
just feeding those vibes.
Yeah, just feeding the vibes, and what we feed is what grows.
And this, from Danielle's perspective, is, you know, kind of bringing it into a practical sense with the bank account structures. Is it okay if I come in with that here, Gracie?
Yeah, totally. Yep.
Yeah. So the idea is you pay yourself first. So, and this has been an extraordinary lesson for me. I've had to make some pretty tough decisions in my business over the last couple of weeks, because people are reacting from fear and making emotional decisions. In the spirit of being vulnerable, I'll share my business has dropped by 85% in the last 2 weeks, which means that I've had to lay people off, which have been some incredibly difficult conversations. And try not to bring me to tears about it, because it's even more difficult for me, because I know the magical reality. I know that we don't have to behave this way And yet here I was, it was just being projected in my face every day, like so close every day for the last 2 weeks. And because of other people's decisions, I just simply had to make those decisions. But what's been beautiful, and because I've been aware and I've been watching it, what's been beautiful, what's come out of it is actually in the last couple of days, I've made more in sales than I have probably for the last 2 months. And that is because I decided and I did some work on it with Grace, I decided that while I was seeing other people's fear and reactivity coming at me, that there was a lesson that I'd asked for it somehow, and there was a lesson in there for me. And so we did some work on it. We cleared it out. And then sure enough, all of these sales came in. People who had been sitting in the wings and wanting to work with me for a year now have made a decision, as we potentially stare down the face of a recession, to spend more money with me than they ever have before, because they see the value in stepping in. They're not scared. And what felt amazing about it for me while I was pruning the tomatoes yesterday was, and I got this whole new sense of excitement and value, was, oh my God, I might see some of that money. It's not going to go straight out the door to all my staff. Oh shit. Wow. And then it just made me want to do it more and more and more, which means is it more value and more to give back, which just totally speaks to that abundance reality. Was when, as we mutually decide to step in and share, that's what, that's what's created. It's amazing, and so pay yourself first, value yourself first. All I was telling the universe was, I'm not of value. I'll pay everyone else before me. Always. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the bank accounts, so structure your bank accounts so that you are, the money comes in, you pay yourself first, and then you distribute your other money between the other bank accounts based on your financial plan, which Danielle can help you with if anybody wants to. Yeah.
And, I saw or heard a beautiful story the other day where a woman in small business was in the process of letting her staff go as well. And she was, very distraught at that prospect, but the business is closed basically because people can't get to her, so to speak. And the manager from the Woolworths store near her walked in while she was telling her staff that she was sadly having to let them go. And the manager from Woolworths offered all her people jobs while she was not able to run her business. That is, there is enough for everybody. That is vibe one. That is the magic. She was being genuine. She was doing what she needed to do. There is magic.
And that's what I love about you, Grace, is that it's like you do what you need to do. Like there's reality, but there is the access to this. And for many of you that might not have heard Grace speak before, it's easy to think that spiritual is woo-woo and disconnected and all of those things that we sometimes see out there. But that's what I love about Grace, is that she brings it back down to, like, yes, of course, like I remember saying to Grace, I don't want to have to keep changing my products and programs all the time to go with the energy. And Grace is like, no, it's a flexible framework. You make the framework and then everything moves with. I'm like, oh, okay, I get it. So it's like, don't set it in stone. Create the flexible framework for your financial plan and let the energy move through it, Yeah.
Absolutely. And so thank you, Amanda. And so we're going to go on a bit of a journey to this field of abundance.
Oh, yes.
Yep. And I just want, as a preparation for that, just want you to kind of take this energy in. So the fields of abundance is it's omnipresent wealth, like it's everywhere for everyone and everything. And if we are denying prosperity, we are denying a part of our true self. So as we have this beautiful downtime, or different time, if some people aren't downtiming, they're actually in different time. This is an opportunity for all of us to discover how we can be more in vibe one and how we can access what's actually being called up to us about our knowing of abundance and how do we live from that abundance. So I'd invite you to close your eyes. And sorry, I was just finding my place then. If you're looking at me going, what is she doing? I'm just finding my space. That's what I'm doing. And finding the space of the group. Beautiful. Okay. All right. So closing your eyes and being really comfortable and being really, really present to this moment as we all sit together, whether live or recording or parts, we're all sitting together in this moment. And we're all sitting together in the magic. And we're all sitting together in the knowing that we are journeying to the fields of abundance and reassociating ourselves with this energy field. Because we can, because we're making a choice to. It's never left, it's never gone anywhere. It's always here for us. And in this moment, I want you to bring your awareness to your divine presence within you. The easiest place or the most accessible place for this is in your heart. So bringing your focus to the divine presence that sits in your heart, that eternal part of you. Just taking a beautiful breath and letting yourself just drop into this, taking this time just to drop into this point at the center of your heart where it's all is as it is and all is everything. And as you are aware of this divine self, I want you to sense how fulfilling that is, feeling that part of you. How fulfilled, how you're complete and whole in this knowing. You are totally filled. There is enough of everything. Anytime the mind might want to go in there and try and prove you wrong, just smile at it. Ask it to take a seat to the side. And come back to this sense within you and relax into this all-knowing enoughness. And as you relax into this all-knowing enoughness, I want you to imagine that this field that you've connected with starts to expand out from your heart. It's like the ripple out effect. Oh my goodness. And this inner divine presence of you, where there is absolutely enough of everything, as it expands out, it begins to realize itself and to feel itself and to know itself as the infinite fields of abundance. As you connect in with all that is, there is enough of everything in this space. And this abundance is actually you. It's a seamless, to put words around it, it's a seamless merge, but it's actually not even that. It's just you realizing that you, your divine presence, is infinite abundance. One and the same. Always has been, always will be. Universal truth.
saying for everybody, you are universal abundance. There is nothing lacking. It's all there. And this universal abundance, now that you know that it's there, in this knowing, you can let it catalyze your relationship with the energy that surrounds the concept of money. Because it's all abundant. Let your energy know the abundance energy around the concept of money. And just relax into that. Oh, let yourself relax into that. Feel it in your hips, your legs. And that this energy, giving yourself permission, should you choose, to allow this energy to catalyze your life. And your only choice, possibility, is to focus on the presence, or to be aware of this presence of you as divine abundance. So your only focus is you, on your awareness of the presence of you being divine abundance. And then the energy is perpetually, easily and effortlessly pouring forth in and through and as your world. You are aware now that you are divine abundance. You are now the presence of abundance. And in this amazing, expansive state that is your reality, that is your financial awareness, feel your feet on the ground, your hips on the chair, your back against the chair, your head and your neck being beautifully aligned. All your cells have been activated to this knowing, your consciousness, your unconscious, your subconscious, all working together. Breathing that energy in and letting out a lovely sigh and just relaxing. Bringing your focus back to the center of your heart. All is, we are the infinite fields of abundance. So it is, so it is, so it is. This is our financial reality. And just swallowing, and when you're ready, opening your eyes.
I don't know about you guys, but my whole creative chakra just went.
Because we can create in new and amazing ways.
Kat says root chakra upgrade.
Bing! Yes! Bing!
Did anybody else feel it anywhere in their body in particular? Let's pop some comments in there.
Yes, please comment. I noticed Peter Martin says a bit earlier on there that Vibe 1 just taught me a big awareness. Beautiful, fantastic.
That's my dad, so I'm pretty excited about that.
Ooh. That hears me. Amanda's 10 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Amanda. We love your support. Oh my gosh. The magic is always there and is always enough. Totally. Root chakra, feeling lighter and taller. Yes. Heart opening. Beautiful.
Look
Helen.
at all that creativity coming up, like root chakra, the feeling of creativity. Like, this is what's so exciting, is that this is the time, like now is the time to be, you know, I said it, we said it, didn't we, a month ago, before all this craziness kind of began, the madness began, that the bold are getting bolder and the fearful are kind of running, you know, and the bold are getting more and more creative. It's, I mean, you look on the internet, all these memes that are going around, you know, and they're hilarious, but there's only probably a select few people actually doing it. The rest of us are just sharing it, you know. So it's, what I love about this is it's showing us who's truly creative, you know.
Because energetically, without going into it too much, and thank you, Amanda, for reminding it's time for a wee break, but energetically, I want you to know that part of the beautiful birthing of this great awakening is to bring us all back into the magic of our creativity. Out of here and into our creativity. It's what humanity requires to return to our creative, what we can do. So there are opportunities and solutions absolutely everywhere. Yeah.
Some people are asking for the here we go, guys, the vibes, if you want to note them down. Good. Julie's floating with the magic.
Fantastic.
Mark, connected to all that is deep within and grounded in it. Yay. Beautiful. So guys, just Gracie, if it's okay, I'll just there's a little summation of what we went through there. So acknowledging the vulnerability, talking about not what we do, but the energy with which we do it, having a plan and plan clarity and plan structure for times like these when emotions get the better of us, and just knowing that the money is somewhere. You know, the government found it, it is somewhere. Just because people have stopped spending it doesn't mean to say it's not somewhere. So encouraging that momentum and staying in that spending if you can, you know, supporting where you can, and the 3 vibes that Gracie talked about, and transitioning our new relationship with money and your value within that. Follow the magic, and the money will follow, and pay yourself for it.
Yeah, actually, if I can just kind of reframe something there as well, it's actually not even about value. It has nothing to do with value. The infinite fields of abundance is a universal truth that is true for absolutely every being on the planet. That's whether you choose to be in it or you choose not to. So whether it's vibe 1 or vibe 3.
Yeah.
So if we get caught in the value story, we're actually going to be, oh, is that a value? Or maybe is that on it? Maybe I'm undervalued. Maybe I'm really valuable today. Maybe I'm not valuable.
Yeah.
Nothing to do with it. You got air, you got abundance. That's a good thing to keep together. Air is not determining who you are, how it comes to you. It's there. Abundance, the field of abundance is there. Yep.
Helen just had a big realization around that. She said, I'm now understanding when I put the handbrake on last year, I started in abundance and then went into fear.
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah.
Yay, Helen.
Yeah. Yeah.
Beautiful. Fantastic. So are we up for a wee break? Is that what we're doing now?
Yeah. Well, we'll just, so I'll just let you guys know that, yes, we will send you the free gift. So if you haven't already popped your email address in the chat box for the money structure, the bank account structure system, then do that. And also, Gracie, you were going to give away a
yes, I have a video around illuminating prosperity. So it covers some, goes into a little bit more deeply some of the principles of abundance and some other reframes to help you kind of access that field. Yeah, so there's a video there as well. So again, please pop your, so that we know which ones you want and which ones you don't want. If you can put your email address in the chat box, we'll sort all of that out in the next day or 2 to get things across to you. Yeah.
2/3.
2/3, yes. Thank you.
Probably more likely to be 3. Beautiful, beautiful. So what we're going to do now, beautiful people, is take a little wee break. Oh, where's my twinkle? Oh, there it is. Oh, look, there's the slide. Let's bring it up because it doesn't belong there. We're going to chuck it in here. It is officially twinkle time. So we're just going to have, it's 11:54 in Melbourne, 10:54 in Brisbane, and God knows what time it is in Penang, Dad. But let's come back at maybe 12 o'clock. So in 6 minutes, or now 5 minutes. Is that okay with everybody? And yeah.
On the hour.
Yep. Yeah, on the hour, we will kick off to the last 2 beautiful sections that Gracie has. Don't go anywhere, come back, because this afternoon's where you were going to find all of the magic.
Ooh, magic's coming, more magic's coming.
Yay!
All right, see you in a minute.
See you in a minute.
That was a very quick 6 minutes.
It was rather, wasn't it? Let's see, did everybody come back? Let's have a little look and see. Hi everyone, beautiful things. Oh, beautiful. This is so nice that what I'm loving about us all being in lockdown is no one's got anywhere else that they need to be. And so they're just, you know, not only are they enjoying it, but they're making the time for it, which is great. It's beautiful. We've had the same amount of people on the whole way through, which is so great.
Yeah. Amanda, I noticed there's a couple of questions in here with people saying that they want everything. We haven't even finished yet, but you know. So do they need to put their email address in each time, or are they, if they've mentioned in there they want everything, they can stop putting their email address in now?
No, it would be helpful for us to know too, just so that we know what they're interested in, you know, just so we've got that information.
Oh, I'm just looking at Nat. She says, I want it all, please. Do I need to put my email in every time?
Okay. Just say the name of the thing, Nat. You don't have to put your email address in. Just say the name of the thing that you'd like. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. Maybe more than, don't just type yes, but just, you know, the name of the thing that we've mentioned.
Yes.
Yeah.
Perfect. So is that clear for everybody? So just, if you haven't put your email address in, you need to put your email address in so we know how to get it to you.
Yeah.
And when your email address is in, you say, yes, I would like this list or this whatever.
The money gifts or the, morning gifts. Yeah, beautiful.
Good.
Yay. Yay. All right. So now we are going to move on to, I really would like to work out how to share my screen without you guys seeing me fiddling around and going into presentation mode and all the rest. But anyway, that'll be another magical thing that'll happen at some point. So Gracie, when we talked about, you know, I like a little bit of, what is it? I think it's alliteration. I don't think that's the right word, but I liked that everything started with an M. So I said mindset, but you said, well, it's not really mindset, is it? It's got an M and we've already got morning and money. So can't we?
Yeah, so it ended up mindset, but as I said to Kath, but what I'm going to be talking about is heart set. And so that is what we're going to talk about now, mindset to heart set, and what a difference it actually will make to all of us when we settle into the wisdom of our heart. So just to and allow our mind to actually work from that place. So again, just to set the context at this present time, and at lots of other times as well, but at the moment, you know, there's a lot of uncertainty, and it's very easy for us we hear a lot of things and our mind gets caught up in the news and you know, whatever else is zipping around us, and it actually gets into the mind, and then we start thinking the same as everybody else. Which is not the truth of who we are. It's not our magic. Yeah. So our thoughts want to be in alignment. Well, I know mine do. I'm pretty sure if you're on this webinar, your thoughts want to be in alignment with your heart and your magic and what you know to be true, even amongst the madness. This is why we called it magic in the madness. It's like, this is happening outside, it's around us, it's there, but there's more than just what we hear. So I wanted to, and again, this is some of the information that some of you might have heard before, and some of you not, but life is not a rational process, and it's never been a rational process. Life has never really made sense from a rational perspective. You know, 1 and 1 might equal 2, but like in life, you know, divorce doesn't make sense. Like, none of us got married to get divorced. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, when you get married, you're making a commitment for a life, and it comes from your heart, and you go, yeah, I'm you know, like, I'm there. And then life occurs, and it doesn't make sense that the person you loved is now no longer, in some instances, you can't stand the being in the same house as you. Like, where does that make sense? You cannot rationalize that. Yeah. And so, on a personal level, when I was in a pretty dark place in my life, I took some training around, I've forgotten what it was called, rationalizing your life. And to be honest, it was a really breakthrough point for me, because I very nearly wasn't on the planet, because there's no way I could rationalize my being. It was actually one of my initiations into this work. It was a long time ago now. And I go, oh my God, you cannot make sense of this world. And we're not meant to make sense of it from here. We're meant to make sense of it from here, where all the wisdom is, where all the deeper understanding, where the big picture is, and where all the infinite love is. So if we try to analyze stuff, we're going to go round and round and round in circles. And any one day, we're going to analyze to one point, and then the next day we're going to analyze to the next thing. Yeah. So we're trying to make decisions that are going to be different every day because we're analysing it. Our mind is an important part of our being, but what I want to talk about is feeding your mind with your heart energy and your heart wisdom. And I'm going to talk about how you shift from choices and decisions and what that is in a little bit further down the track. But it's our heart allows us to access. Just like we accessed then the infinite fields of abundance, and you all felt it at varying levels, and it's as real as the nose on your face. If that energy is feeding your awareness around your financial reality, when you tune into that, you will have different experiences. So, and we went there via the heart, yeah? And so just in terms of the value of the heart, there's a beautiful organization called heartmath.org. They're US based, they've been around for years. They're doing increasing numbers of amount of research onto the heart and its value, or its how it works, some of the truths. So most of us think, the mind is the center of how we function. Well, here we go. The heart sends more messages to the brain every day than the brain sends to the heart. The heart has neural cells in it. The energy field of the heart is larger than the energy field created by the brain. In conception, when the little spermie and the little eggy meet, they go, woo, woo, woo. The first cells that get made are the cells of the heart. Gee, now I wonder why that could be in the wonder of creation. I wonder if there's anything significant in that. And so our heart has this immense capacity to inform us. They also did some interesting, they monitored the heart rate, showing people images of happiness and images of tragedy. And what they noticed was that the heart rate began to alter. So just to state the obvious, when you've got a beautiful energy image, your heart rate reduces. When you've got a stressful energy, your heart rate increases. So they were showing people these different energies, different images. And what they noticed, the really interesting thing, besides the obvious, is that the heart rate started to change before they changed the image. This happens because the connectivity to all that is sits in our heart and in the wisdom of our heart. So there's lots more magic around the heart, but I just want to put that into context around why I am sharing with you the opportunity to feed your mind with the wisdom of the heart. Our minds are our friends, they're not our enemies. We don't have to fight the mind. In fact, I encourage you strongly not to fight the mind. You've got to remember that the mind loves being busy. and it will be busy with anything. And this is where, if you give it wisdom from your heart, like your dreams and your magic, knowing what I know about me from an empowered place, knowing that there's infinite abundance, how you think about your money will be entirely different. And so as you feed your mind with heart intelligence, you will be actively co-creating a different reality for yourself. Yeah. The mind, if it's not fed with something, it will fill itself up with stories created by the ego. And again, nothing to be afraid about the ego. That's way beyond today's discussion. But the ego runs on fear. The heart runs on truth and love. And right now, there's a lot of fear around created by the ego that says we're vulnerable, we're all going to go to rack and ruin, there's not enough toilet paper, won't be able to wash my ass, now I'll be in big trouble. Like, seriously, oh my goodness. Yeah. So, because it's not being fed with the heart wisdom that says, oh my gosh, we're in massive transition. What a blessing. What a great awakening. Yeah. And the more that we're in here, in this space, and our mind and our heart are aligned, all sorts of magic has the potential, because you are the potential, to actually infiltrate our new earth that is being birthed. So, and all sorts, just as I was talking before about the phone call that I had with my friend in Sydney, like, expect all sorts of unexpected things, unexpected magic. Because, in his instance, at some point, he obviously heard his heart, that inner knowing, because he has an enormously big heart. He's a beautiful man. And he actually got it somewhere, probably during his sleep. He got it. And so this is because the energies are changing, and our part in that is to look at our heart set, or let our mindset be our heart set. And this is vital. So I've kind of been talking a little bit around getting comfortable with not knowing. So I have been prattling on to my clients for years around, okay, guys and girls, we need to get really comfy with not knowing. And the head, your mind will go, seriously, I am all about knowledge. I'm all about having everything bloody sorted. Yeah. And yet what we're being asked to do now in this highly creative energy that's being activated is we're asked to be in our creative energy. When the when I talk about creative energy, I'm not talking about art as such. I'm talking about how you create your life. I want to make that very clear. It's not turning us all into singers and dancers and artists necessarily, though that would be a very cool world. But, excuse me, just as an analogy, if you can imagine, it doesn't matter whether you can't paint or draw. I want you to just put all of that crap, blah, stuff out of your head for a moment. But I can tell you that when an artist puts the first stroke on a canvas or on a sheet of paper, they have no idea necessarily where or how that is going to actually create something. But they do have a deep trust within themselves that this is actually going to merge into something amazing. So that's this trust. And this trust comes from what we've been talking about from your connection to yourself as source, as your soul. This is what you can trust in and amongst all that is going on around us. Our trust comes back to, I'm deeply connected to all that is, and that we live in a world that is self-organizing around our success. And when you can allow your heart to work, and your heart and your mind to work together around that. Hang on a second. If this is self-organizing around my success, what possibilities open up for me? What else is on offer here? It is a totally different way, I think you can see, around what you are thinking. You're thinking, oh God, shit, I don't know what the hell's happening here. I better bloody, I don't know, get money out of the bank and stick it under my bloody bed. You know, like, you will be reactive to it. So this is about being, and you may end up taking money out of the bank and putting it on your bed. I'm not saying that that's wrong, but from what energy are you taking this action? This, you know, this intuitive energy, but it's actually much more than the intuitive energy. It's actually this deeper knowing that can inform. And when you trust that you are connected to all that is, because you are all that is, you're not even really connected, to be technically accurate, but one step at a time, you are all that is. And as that, you let that start to inform the way that you think. You come back to the universal truths as opposed to the stories that are playing out around us. So one of the keys in doing that is becoming comfortable with not knowing, because we are in a state of rapid change. Change is always happening, you know, like it's always happening. But we're in a state of rapid change. And in what might be relevant today will not be relevant in a month's time. And everything is changing. And so to feel that sense of security and stability that our ego likes, it's about feeding the heart energy into the mind. And it's okay to not know, because you're connected into what you do know, which is in the center of your heart and which is in your magic. So quite often when we center into the magic, our mind will want to go into, yeah, how is that going to work out? How is that going to pan out? It has all these how questions. And I would say to you, that's not really taking you anywhere, because we increasingly, as you look around, you're seeing the magic happen. You're seeing, you know, when you go to the supermarket, you are seeing magical things happen that would never happen before. People paying, you know, people who are in struggle, other people paying for their groceries. You're seeing all sorts of stuff. You wouldn't, if you sat down and worked out how that was going to happen, oh, well, maybe if I go down, you know, somebody else will do it or something like that. You can see how it just totally contracts. And this is a time of expansion. And our mind likes to know everything and to put things in little spaces. Our heart works from this ever expanding opportunity that is self-organizing around love. It is self-organizing around possibilities. It doesn't want you, it's not asking you to jump off an abyss. And yet the mind will make all sorts of stories around that. I hope you're feeling this. And so we're going to do a little bit of a journey, but I kind of think I'm going to talk about choices and decisions and what the difference is around that, because we kind of talked about that in some of the emails and things that we've sent to you. And I want to talk about this difference between choice and decision. The truth is that our empowered state is always about our choices. We can choose, we have ultimate choice in life. There are a million possibilities, and part of the beginning of humanity on the planet was Creator actually gave humanity this power of choice, because, you know, it's a highly creative energy field, Earth. I won't go too much into that, but we have this ability to choose all the time. And part of the story of separation is when we feel like we don't have a choice. But the truth is we always have a choice. We have a choice whether to be in vibe 1, vibe 2 and vibe 3 that I talked about earlier. So, you know, it's a journey sometimes moving our vibe, but we always have the choice. And so our heart knows all the infinite choices that are on offer. It's connected and it's knowing of all of that. This is why it's such a powerful, loving, delicious, luscious, exciting energy to spend consciousness in, to let it actually speak and start to inform your decisions. So if you, as you allow these choices to become into your awareness, like, oh, I feel like it'd be really good to go and talk to, not necessarily visit at the moment, but talk to Mary Jo. Just feel like, and you can make an excuse like, oh, I've got a full day anyway, and I don't have time. I'm gonna. So they're all the decisions that you're making, but your choice is actually sitting here in your heart. It's like, I sense this. So this is the choice. Your heart's making a choice. It's making a choice around, you know, leaving a job. Yeah, it's like you start to get this, or changing your business. It's like you start to get this kind of thing, this itchy, niggling thing, this restlessness, and it's like this choice. You have a choice how to actually, where you actually work, or what you actually offer people. You have this choice, and it's coming up, and you're coming up, and then you make a decision. Yeah, you make a decision, and your decision, if you're not running this energy from your heart to your head, your decision will be, oh yeah, that's all very well and good, but, you know, like blah 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 blah. And so the decision-making process, if it's not nurtured and nourished from the energy of choice, will have you operating from fear for a very, very long time. So we do need to make decisions, totally. But the energy that we incorporate into our decisions is based on the choices that are being offered to us from the universe. So the choice to actually shift jobs, or the choice to actually work in our business differently, or the choice to parent differently. It's like, I think I need to do everything. And then the mind, uninformed mind, will go, oh yeah, but that'll be really difficult, or that probably, like, I don't know if that's going to work. Or you see how the decision, if it's done unconsciously, will override the choice. So the majority of people, and this is what's being reset at the moment by this great awakening, the majority of people are making decisions based on their mind, based on logic, based on what makes sense, that has very little to do with their creative energy or what's calling them deeply inside, because they've made a decision at some point that that's not valid or workable in their life. And that is what's being unraveled all in this. We've got to get back into our magic and back into our creativity, because then we wouldn't be fracking the land, and we would be doing many things very, very differently. because we're creative beasts and we're making decisions, and a lot of them, you know, just jumping back into the collective field, a lot of them are made, and money is used as the reason we do or we don't do anything. Like, or, you know, will we clean up the Great Barrier Reef, or, you know, make a decision on how much money we can spend on clearing the Great Barrier Reef, or make a decision based on mining in the Great Barrier Reef, depending on how much money we get. Back to where I was earlier on, in the infinite field of abundance, you don't have to get anything from mining near the Great Barrier Reef. You can see how you just wouldn't even go there. Yep. But when you're making decisions, I'm sorry, I'm hopping around here a little bit because the energy's running in at 25,000 miles an hour. If you're making decisions simply on logic, you are missing the creative capacity of life itself. Yes, we have to make decisions, but we make decisions incorporating the magic and the creativity that is coming from our heart. It's not an either or, it's a combination. It's a beautiful dance. A beautiful dance of consciousness. It's like answering the magic, the yearning inside, and then going, oh yeah, okay, goody, I'll make a decision around that. So, you know, I made a choice many, many years ago when I had my own graphic design business, and I just got the biggest contract that I'd ever had, and it was going to set me up financially for a very long time in a very good place. I would have had to put people on and blah, 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 blah. And there it was sitting in front of me. And I remember sitting in front of my computer, bawling my eyes out as this yearning came up and said, you can't do it. It's not for you. Because I was working, I was doing both at the time. Don't know how I was doing that anyway, juggling this energy around, seeing clients, working with energy medicine at that time. And it's like, and if I'd made it logically, I can't tell you how many people told me I was a bloody idiot. If I'd made it logically, I would have gone down that path economically. But my bigger picture, I couldn't deny my bigger picture. I knew the magic that was in me. Absolutely knew that magic. I couldn't deny that magic. And so I made a decision based on the combination, you know, and that combination was that, you know, I helped that organization who I've worked with for years, who had massive growth, find, you know, somebody, in fact, they ended up getting a couple of people, to look after their graphic design elements. So, you know, I did the transition with them, and I kept a couple of other smaller clients as I transited into the truth of my beauty, and that which has led me to this day today, because of that one decision that was made by listening to the choice that my heart, I could not do it to myself. I would not do it to myself. It would have killed me one way or the other. And I didn't come here to pop out then. I'll pop out at another stage. So, and it takes an unknowing. You know, you've got to get comfortable in the not knowing. I didn't know. I didn't know then that I'd be doing this work now. Oh God, though, am I so pleased and in gratitude that I did what I did then, because if I didn't do what I did then, I wouldn't be where I am now. And now is the best place in my life that I have ever been in this whole life. I feel so blessed. And so this is because, and I'm here because I didn't just make a decision, I did a dance between my choices and my decisions. And it's not one or the other. I want to make that really clear. It's not one or the other. So, you know, I meet some very beautiful beings who are highly connected to all that is, and they never make a decision about anything. Now, I'm not making a judgment on that, but I'm just saying. And so, because we are actually here to contribute, we're here to make magic. And magic made in very different ways, totally. So again, I'm not saying any judgment, but you know who you are and how you contribute best and what your contribution is, and understanding that and then supporting yourself So I followed my nose. I studied massage. I did traditional Chinese medicine. I did everything energy, feng shui, geomancy. I just followed it and followed it and followed it and followed it. And my graphic design business paid me for that while I was going, ooh, what's this? So, you know, it's all perfect. But what was perfect about it, I followed the choices that my heart were telling me in combination. It's not separate. They've got to get out of this either or. But if you're just making decisions based on your head and your logic, and there's a yearning in you that's coming up, you are going to feel like shit. I don't want to project that into the field. I'm just stating something, and I don't want anybody, like, why would we feel like shit when we can feel amazing? Because that's our choice. So, Amanda, can you tell me how I'm doing with time, please? Because there's a couple of ways I can go here, and I just want to kind of thank you. Thank you so much. I love having you there. It's just the best thing ever. All right. So, let me just tune into all of you beautiful beings and see what's going to be the most amazing thing for us right now. We are, oh, beautiful. We are going to do this beautiful connection, a connective process between the heart and the mind, and then we're going to ground it in so you can feel safe and secure. That feels pretty good to me. Beautiful. That is what we're going to do, and we're going to share all of that. Okay. So again, just being really present to your body. So we've already got you feeling into your body a little bit more, and you're being really present. And I can really feel that your attention and your presence and your receptivity. And I just want to state that I can feel that, and I'm in deep, deep gratitude for that. So thank you so much for being present to what's being shared. I really appreciate it. And so bringing this energy and this presence, because we're here as a magical group, or we just want you to tune in, whether you're listening to the recording, whether you're here live, makes no difference because it's all magic. I want you to feel into the field of magic that is actually being co-created by all of our presence. And in that magic, there's an invitation for you to actually kind of invite the energy of the mind to show itself to you. This can be pretty funny. So it can look a bit odd, and it can look a bit chaotic, and it can look a bit crazy shit. So that's okay, no judgment, but acknowledging, recognizing what it is. Like, oh my God, look at that. My mind's going, ooh. So some people will connect into their brain, some people will connect into their mind, whatever you're drawn to, or both. This is the field of your mind. And just acknowledging that it's there. I now invite you to shift into the energy of your heart, where we've already visited today, and it's already in a beautifully expanded, connected space. Just remembering again that expansiveness. And there's an invitation here for you to notice how expanded the heart field is and how tiny the mind is looking right now by, comparison, So like, and again, no judgment, but it is discernment, and it's increasing your energetic awareness and management capabilities. And so here we have this, it's like, oh, and I want you to imagine that your heart's saying, hello, mind. I love you. I think you're amazing. I love living with you. We can do so much more together. Do you want to do that? And feel the response of your mind. Oh yeah, oh yeah, I want to do that. Oh yeah, I want to do that. Oh, fantastic. I'm so sorry that I've kind of left you out of my world. The heart is saying, I'm so sorry that I've left you out of my world, mind. Mind's going, I've been waiting for you. The heart says, we're ready now. And the mind says, oh yeah, let's do this magic together. Together we are amazing. And I just want you to let your mind and your heart, like words not connect, like interface, send each other gifts, yeah? Send each other gifts. So this beautiful transference of energies, like I'm sending each other gifts, yeah? And just let this energy, sending each other gifts, beautiful. Okay, doing beautifully. And just taking a breath and center back into the expanded heart field. And then from your heart field, you can sense that your mind is so much more receptive to a continuous relationship, like a continuous association, like a never-ending feed from your heart to your mind. And the heart establishes this beautiful feed from your heart to your mind. It's sending this energy up to the mind, and the mind is just soaking it in. The mind can relax. And there's an opportunity to start to feel into a sense of joy that's created as the mind receives the wisdom of the heart, all knowing, all loving. Oh, how much fun the mind will have playing with this. Oh my goodness, this is going to be fantastic. And how much joy there is. Oh, and how much all that stress is just dropping off. No more having to make things happen and do things hard. It's like, oh, let's just tune in. What joy. And in that joy, your capacity to receive amplifies. In the joy, the capacity to receive amplifies. The capacity of your heart to connect in to your greater wisdom amplifies. Ooh, yeah. Capacity for you to show up in this amazing opportunity that this great awakening is awakening us all to. You've been waiting for this. And our life really begins for you and all those that you love, and all those that you touch, and all those that you influence. Oh my goodness, this is what you have been anticipating for the whole of your life. And your clever minds are valued by the heart. And your clever minds are fed by your heart. And then your mind outworks it in magic. And in that combination, and in that, it's not a combination, it's a reality. It's like it's just is what it is right now. I want you to feel that energy and then imagine that it's traveling all the way down through your body, down through your hips, together, through the hips, through the legs. I'm having a bit of a jiggy about here. If you want to have a little bit of a jiggy about, this is pretty exciting stuff, right? Have a little bit of movement down your ankles, out the soles of your feet, all the way down to Mother Earth. Poof! So excited. Oh my goodness gracious me. Woohoo! Let the party begin. Ooh, 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 ooh. What a beautiful, aligned, magical, divine expression of all that is that you are now. Real as the nose on your face. You've given yourself permission. It all happened beautifully. You connected to Mother Earth. This is not a theory. This is an experience. This is a choice you make to be this. Yoo-hoo's what you've been waiting for. Yay. And you're here and you're present and bringing your focus back to your amazing heart, which has gone like, whoa. Yeah. And just feel that heart pulse, like feel, yeah. And in that pulse, we know this as your reality because your heart is pulsing as this, which is at the center of your being. One pulse, one heart, one breath. The in-breath can't be an in-breath without the out-breath. The out-breath can't be an in-breath without the out-breath. All one. I got so much into oneness there, I forgot where I was. But it's all one. And bringing that pulsation as you take a swallow and recenter. And feel this energy and open your eyes as you are ready. Beautiful.
Bing.
Bing. Any sharings on the chat box are very welcome. We let that settle in.
It's such a lovely feeling, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, your excitement is rather contagious. Imagine feeling like Grace does every day. We can do it. We can all do it.
We can. We all it.
Yeah.
We all it. Okay, Cass, that's some wounding work that needs to be done, and you've recognised it because it's ready to shift. Thank you for sharing. Easily moves in this energy. My head felt lighter and smaller than my heart to start, but the way more it connected at the end. Yeah, totally. Exchange, allowing to the face what is coming at you, just reflected back. Peace is amazing. Thank you, Cass. Felt like my mind was relieved that there is a heart. Totally. That actually is the energy, like, of the mind right now. It's actually looking for the heart. So,
because I think we can all agree that we're just going to end in anarchy if we keep listening to our minds at the moment.
yes, totally. So I also want to share with you something that, because we're in the midst of it, we now have our heart and our mind connected. So this is enabling you to think differently. And I also want to share with you. There's a very important nerve in our body that helps us to actually be okay. It's called the vagus nerve. It impacts a whole lot of functionality within our body, a whole lot of systems. And this is a technique that I learnt when I was studying some traditional Chinese medicine, and it's very soothing. So, you know, we are operating slightly differently, or very differently really, from perhaps the collective is, and, you know, we're in the world that we're in, and we can get impacted by what's going on around us. And so this calms ourselves down. Yep. And so simple. It's simply stroking the sides of your neck, which is where the vagus nerve runs, and it's very soothing. So the longer you do it, the more you feel relaxed, but it's soothing the vagus nerve, which is telling a whole lot of your other nervous systems what to do. So when you're in and amongst it, when you're making decisions and choices, and you feel like you're in decision mode more than choice mode, just soothe everything down. Yeah, just soothe everything down. And the other thing I feel drawn to share with you is another point which is very good for mental tension. And what's the easiest way to do this? I'm going to turn around. Kath, you tell me if you could kind of see.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's like you've got muscles coming up here, and you're moving between those muscles, and you're rubbing there against your skull. And when you're experiencing mental tension, I love the way Chinese have different terms for these things. It's so polite in some ways. Mental tension, rub in there like a crazy dude.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. And it will start to.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm just going to cross over to the chat and see Danielle. My mind is always dominated. Logic, planning, controlling. Being in this worldwide disaster, in inverted commas, has made me fear that I can't control and that logic will no longer apply. I feel relieved that I've been given permission to listen to my heart, inner knowing, intuition. Thank you. Absolute pleasure. Absolute pleasure. And good point. Yeah, because this is actually what it's asking us to do. Is to incorporate our heart in our decisions.
Actually, this was such a good point. Like I've said a couple of times in the last few days that my brother-in-law called me from the UK the other. So when all of this sort of started happening, you know, I was around a lot of conversation of fear. A lot of people in the household jibber jabbering to other people on speakerphone, and I just got to the point where I just had to put my headphones on. I didn't know it's too much. But my brother-in-law called me the other day. He's been calling me every night from the UK to check on us, and he said, I don't understand, Kath. Seriously, like 4 years ago, you'd be on the toilet with nervous diarrhea, flat stick with this. Why are you okay? And I've been putting it down to being, you know, living my life on purpose now, and that sort of thing. But actually what it is that I was living life in logic and control. And so therefore when anything happened that felt out of control, it caused this huge amount of anxiety. Whereas now I don't live in that space. I'm looking for the growth in everything and the opportunity in everything. So thanks to you, Grace. So therefore, you know, even when things happen like my business, you know, income going down by 85%, it's like, oh, amazing. All right, let's reset. Woo! What can we do now? Where's the opportunities? You know, I can feel relieved in a way, you know, it's incredible.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, and that is stepping into the magic, which is the fourth M that we're going to move to in just a second as well. Sorry, I was going to read make a comment to some of the beautiful things that are on the chat there. Yeah. You know, from Mark, it feels like a world ego death with the rebirth of a new world. That's exactly what it is. To be birthed, this work, Grace and Kath is facilitating a beautiful space for the rebirthing of the new peace of heart, peace of mind. Absolutely. Thank you, Mark. Thank you for that acknowledgement. Claire says, oh my God, I'm in such a state of gratitude. I feel like I'm eating the best salad roll ever that my hubby just brought to me. Simple but powerful. Yes, because everything, like our frequency does actually change. This is the magic. Like water tastes different. Like when you're in these frequencies, things do taste, because all your senses come alive again. When our senses are alive, we're more in our magic, and they work together. You know, so our senses, not our mind, our senses, you know, including our sixth sense, which is our intuitive capacity and our sense of deeper knowing. So, you know, this energy is kind of like past what you'd kind of like to do, or wouldn't that be nice? This energy is about, I know this is coming out of me. I know I have more to offer. I know I want to offer this in different ways. It's like, oh yeah, like it's not a like thing.
Yeah, and that feeds, like, imagine that if we all stayed in that energy of, like you say, like, just, I know it is time, and then we team that up with the financial help that we're getting from the government at the moment for this magic amount of money that's appeared out of nowhere, and we actually start to take action on our own up leveling, our own give back, our vision, our purpose, the source, what we're being told to do, which then invariably goes on to make the impact that we've always wanted to make, then it's just this beautiful cycle. Like it's just like it's perfect. It's all like the perfect storm has come together to allow us, you know. It's just incredible.
Absolutely. And it is the magic. It is this, we are I think I said this at the beginning, there's wilder and deeper invitations for us all. And they're based in magic, they're not based in logic. And it's actually what's been missing.
Yeah.
And because we've acted purely logically,
yeah,
we've actually limited our potential. This is like universally. Yep.
And so, yeah, and now it's just like that limit, like, has been reached. Like the
yeah.
You know, like animals have been going extinct for years, so polar ice caps are melting. There's been signs everywhere that the limit was beginning to be reached, and now it's just like, all right. And you know, at risk of sounding like my dad, I've been saying it for years, it'll be a superbug. It'll be this tiny little thing, like the tiniest of things will fuck us all over.
Yeah.
But hasn't it been like, isn't that beautiful that the tiniest of things has given us this massive impactful awakening? You know, it's like David and Goliath. It's just, yeah, it is just crazy. It's so clever.
Totally. So as we move in, this is the fourth M. It's the magic. And we've been touching, oh, hang on. I forgot something.
Ooh.
I forgot what support we're giving you. We're offering,
yes.
Following on from mindset, which is heart set.
That's right. I'll just pop this little slide up so everyone can see what we just kind of went through there, and take a screenshot of it if you want to.
Yeah.
And Gracie, you can tell us about the free gift that we're going to give you for this section. So again, just if you've already put your email address in the box, then just pop yes, please to the mindset gifts, and take it away, Gracie.
Beautiful. So the gift for the mindset is actually one of the modules out, excuse me, one of the modules from one of my online programs. It's a beautiful video that takes you through a process of, not the process that we just did, but will give you some background info and some deeper things to actually really integrate what we've just done in this process. So it expands it out. You know, we're taking you on a you know, pretty big journey today. So it's always good to support yourself and back yourself up with other things. You know, the mind's going, and you know, feeding your heart and your mind together. So that's that free gift. It's as I said, it's very so I think it's about, I'm not 100% sure, I think it's about 20 minutes, maybe 30 minutes, that one. Yeah, heart set. It's basically heart set tips, how to stay in this heart set energy.
Heart set. Me like it. Gracie, I was thinking by this point we'd need to teach them what the magical reality is, but I don't know that we do. Who feels like they can feel the magical reality? Put in the chat box, yes, magical reality, if you feel now this shift. All of those beautiful visualizations Grace is taking you through, but you know that somewhere in your body or your energy field, you feel more wildly and more deeply sure than you ever have before that somehow source or the universe is going to gather around, and when you take one step, it'll take 1,000 steps to support you further. Who feels like that right now? Just jump back so I can actually see their answers. Yes, good.
From Emma, who says, yes, I can feel it. I hope when I walk out of the room, I can take this feeling and reality with me. Could you make a choice to do that, please, Emma? Can you choose to walk out of the room taking this feeling and reality with you right now? Yep, beautiful.
Yeah, I actually found myself just before thinking, I hope something, and then I reframed myself. But that word hope, it almost needs to be kind of taken out of the vocab, doesn't it, really?
Well, energetically, it's so interesting. Again, I wasn't going to cover this today, but energetically, hope is actually transforming into knowing. So hope is a beautiful energy. And again, I'm not suggesting we don't have hope, but just play with, moving your, God, I hope this all works out okay, into, I know this is going to all work out okay.
Exactly.
Can you feel the difference in that?
It's huge.
It's like that truly embodying something.
Yeah, and actually, so talking about magic, so a lot of where to start with this? So let me just muse on business for a minute, and just that, like Grace says, it's just a kind of our outward expression business, of to others. But last year, I spent a lot of time gaining momentum around a certain program in my business, which I thought was the right thing to do. And then over Christmas, I took a step back. I was forced to because of the model of the program wasn't quite right. I was forced to take a step back, which is great because it's what's happening now. We're being forced to just sit and be present. And so I took the time to do that over December and January, with the fear that I was losing momentum. And I was, but it was okay because that momentum was going in the wrong way, in the wrong direction. And so I stepped into, so what we're doing today is a lot of, correct me if I'm wrong, Gracie, but kind of divine feminine, the creation energy. And what I was stepping into over Christmas and New Year was this masculine energy of kind of birthing it and bringing it into action, rounding off the one thing that I could offer really powerfully and stand for and give over and over again without it taxing me energetically in any way. And really all it was doing was increasing the vibe, increasing, more magic and more magic. Why did I start telling you that?
We're into magic.
Huh?
We're into magic. Road
to magic.
Well, yes, we're talking about magic.
Yes, we are. Yes. So I was going to say, it was about that tapping into that energetic space. So the more I tapped into that, the more I realized, like in my logical brain, because I do strategy days with people, in my logical brain, they were taxing me. But when I actually started to observe what was happening, I was like, oh, actually, these are the easiest thing that I do. What's taxing me is the coaching or the other components of it, where I'm saying the same thing over and over again, because Grace has helped me realize I'm a door opener. My job isn't to push them through the door and jam the door closed and say, stay in there until you do the work. And then you're allowed out. Stop banging on the door. Shush. So that was, the more I stayed back into the bit of just opening the door, just knowing that's what I do. Like my gift is holding the space of possibility for you, helping you tap into that, the more I was being fed with this energy. So I think for the people there that are worried that it's, because yeah, we were talking about hope and knowing. So the people that are worried that they're still in a phase of hope, it does have this emptiness. Whereas when you go back to, as like Emma Kosh, who's here, has done the work with me, where she started a mushroom business and mushroom growing business, and to create her brand, we came right back down to what that magic was she had as a child, before she could get it muddied with ego and people's opinions and the collective consciousness or anything like that. What was that magic in there? And all her job is now is to stay in that magic as she gathers, as she creates a space around her that basically says, here I am with my mushrooms, but it's here I am with my, you know, for one of another analogy, magic mushrooms, like this magic energy around me, and they will come, you know. And so, and I think that it's just such a satisfying, fulfilling, content place to be, because you're constantly, the more you stir up this magic, the more that the more the universe knows what you're, you know, the more connected you are. I don't know, the universe knows, or you already know, and it just keeps stirring up this momentum around this thing that you're a genius at, that you probably don't even realize that you're a genius at, you know. And that's certainly been my experience, is that the letting go of the old business models, the old programs, the clients that don't fit, you know, all of that is so much easier and less painful when you're staying in the magic of what it is that you are, you know, brilliant at, what is that genius. So yeah, so segueing into magic, Gracie, I don't know if that
actually, can I just add to that, right, that very point, like our magic, like what we've come here to contribute with, like we would never have come onto the planet with that magic if it wasn't going to be accepted, like it wasn't going to be real.
Yeah.
You know, if it wasn't able to actually be implemented.
Yeah.
All this story that people have around, oh yeah, no, but it might not be profitable, and like that's all story generated from an ego that's not connected enough to the heart. Because the questions that you can be answering is, well, what else is possible, and what aspect of money do I need to be in alignment with? And it's not about not doing it, it's about coming at it from a completely different energy field. Yep. So, but fundamentally, when it all gets like too much, it's like, I am on the planet because I don't normally use this wording. I am of service. I don't use it because it's like bigger than, greater than. It's like, which is a complete bullshit story. What I mean by being of service is like you are the catalyst. That's a better word. You are the catalyst and the contributor to a better world. And so that magic inside you has its place in this world. Otherwise, you never would have wasted your time as a soul to pop in on the planet.
Yeah.
You just wouldn't have.
Yeah.
So don't beat around the bush around it. So whether this shows up in your business, whether this shows up in the way that you relate to your partner or your children, you know, the friends around you, it's like, you know what, this thing what I do with all my friends, you know what, it's done. We're not going to do it that way anymore. We're actually going to do it this way. Or, you know, having a loving conversation with your partner who's, you know, been pissing you off for years around something that you know is not the true essence of them. This is not about having a go at them or getting them to be what you want them to be. This is about opening the field of possibility. And when you know your magic, your energetic touching of the field that we're in, which is when somebody said before, you know, that my enthusiasm was contagious. Yeah, Like, so be enthusiastic in your life when you're having conversations, because it does make a difference. We've all been dumbed down into thinking like we can't get too excited, we can't be too. I always wore a bunny suit, you know. If I was actually allowed to go out back into the wild world, I would have gone to the shopping centre and you know, picked it up. But
I wanted Grace to wear the bunny suit because I wanted to start this whole webinar with Grace pooing out chocolate eggs and saying, see, for years we believed in the Easter Bunny and that they shat out chocolate eggs. That was magical. We all believed that. Why have we stopped believing in the magic, you know? But Helen and Cass both make some really good points there around being brave enough to stay with it, like knowing where your gift starts and ends, and being brave enough to just keep grounding in where it's ended, you know, like where your boundaries are, or the value that you can give. And this is the thing in business, and often, like, and I've experienced it too. I used to be very martyrish, you know, and I was the deemed the kind, generous, caring one of the family. I was the one that kept everyone connected, and everyone kind of came through me. And you know, but it was draining for me. There was parts of it I liked, but it was draining for me. And it was this weird kind of codependent thing we got going on. But it's funny, like I then created it in business, even though I stopped doing it with my family and put up some boundaries there. But really I was just transferring it over onto business. So I went through the same thing in business. And it when you so sorry, I'm jumping around a little bit, but like when I used to run this cake business, and this is an analogy here. I remember being really, really brilliant at making Christmas puddings, my Gran's Christmas pudding recipe, nutty Gran's Christmas pudding. And I thought, well, they're only one time of the year, right? So I can't sell them year round, but I want to have this cake business. So I'll make these other little seasonal, local, sustainable, you know, put myself in so many little boxes, it was impossible to make a profit kind of ideas. But what was the mistake I made was, if I just made one of those cakes, if I just stuck with one idea and really gone with it and backed myself with it, instead of trying to make all the flavors and be something to everyone the whole time, you know, and fulfill everybody's needs, gluten-free, vegan, dairy-free, this, that, and the other thing, as well as all of the other, you know, full of chocolate, everything that you want. And you know, the business ended up doing my head in. I remember when I fell pregnant with my now 9-year-old, and I walked into the kitchen and I had like 16 Indian pastry chefs all just searching for a visa working in there. The smell of the paint was making me gag because I had morning sickness. And I just remember just going, I hate this. And it was the most beautiful little business with the cute little 3x3 at the farmer's market, all that stuff. But I was just over it. And it was because I'd given out so much of what everyone else wanted from me, rather than just staying in the purpose and the passion of what it was in the first place. And then I came into the next business, which is this one, doing
Can I just stop you there, Kath? Because I want everybody to take that in. Take that in. So what you said there was a pearler. Like, instead of trying to cater to what everybody else wants, from the truth and the beauty of what you actually, your original idea.
Exactly.
I'm just alerting that. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, no, and that's it. Like, then, as you know, you bring those same kind of bad habits over into the next iteration of who you are, or whatever. You start playing out the same stories and the same, needing the same gratification or applause for this or that and whatever. And then you find yourself in this state, again, stressed, other people's expectations, why isn't it working, the abundance, not believing the abundance reality, holding tight to money, all of those things. And then, you know, on the other side, here you are in your passion business, and it doesn't feel very passionate anymore, you know, and you've fallen back into the same patterns. And there was a lot of fear for me around two things around when I decided to, say this quietly because my little boy's in there, when I decided to leave my husband. I think he thinks it was a joint decision. When I decided to bail on that, it was 16 years of trying to, you know, being a martyr was enough. And then when I made a decision to really go for it in my business, which is around the time I met Grace, I had to have some really frank and raw conversations with people, but I'd been taught the energy space to hold those conversations from. And I was only in tears on the phone to my mum the other day, actually, because I'm having some pretty difficult conversations with my ex at the moment because of the coronavirus. We've got problems with, you know, moving the child between two houses and all that sort of stuff. So it brought up a lot of fear, and we both started going into behavior that we never go into. We've created quite an incredible relationship post divorce. But, and I said to Mum, you know, through the whole divorce, I did all of this energy work with him and around him to keep us both in a safe space. And it was extraordinary to see the way he moved and responded, despite him not understanding the energy at all. He didn't even know I was doing it. But we came out of it with so successfully. And I did the same thing with my friends and with my clients. And then from Grace's lessons. And so the people were responding. So what I'm saying is there was a lot of fear that I was going to lose friends. I knew I was going to lose my husband, but would we be able to co-parent successfully? There was fear around that. Was it, you know, fear around what would my business look like if I stopped selling leads and sales and started selling magic in business? Like what would the outcome be? There was so much fear around a lot of it, but I just kept doing the energy work, and just in this knowing that I was, that what would be unattached, you know, Gracie's accept, what were they, Gracie? Accept, aware.
Acknowledge, accept, allow, access.
Exactly. And I just kept going through that process and that process. And here we are, wonderful relationship. I did have a couple of tough conversations with friends, but the extraordinary thing, and one of them dropped off for a couple of years, but now she's back and she gets it. She gets what I'm doing. She gets who I am now. And we've transformed the platform that we relate upon, which is what the world is actually doing for us right now, like transforming that platform for business and personal relationships. So now is the time to be that pillar of power, you know, make powerful choices now in business and personally, and which kind of comes to Gracie, that idea of like, is it, I don't know if it's too soon, but is it negotiable, you know?
Well, you don't really negotiate with your magic. No,
that's right.
Yeah, your magic is your magic. And it's not like, that's the ultimate truth. Like if that's the foundation, back to talking about the difference between choices and decisions. So it's about, I think somebody somewhere there said, how do you get yourself back on track sometimes? It's like you refocus and bring yourself back to what you do know. So what you do know is your magic. Now, we've got to get comfortable in the not knowing. But to be comfortable in the not knowing, it's like, what do I do know? I know that my magic is opening door. For you, it's doors. You know, for me, I know my magic is opening up realities. I know my magic is connecting to amazing beings. I know my magic is to understand people's purpose. I know my magic is to talk to souls. It's like all these things. I know this. I know amazing connectivity to spirit. I just know it. I know I love this planet. There's all things I know. And then that's kind of your recenter. And there's no negotiation around that. Like that's the truth of you being. You can't negotiate with that.
No, and that was so powerful when you reminded me of that while I was having those arguments with my ex this week. You know, and he went in complete fear, thinking that I was going to keep Artie from him and all this crazy thing that I'd never demonstrated before. But I went into my hurt. I had to talk to Grace about it because I went into my hurt around it. Like, I've never demonstrated this to you before. How could you think this of me? But the thing was, I was out of my power. If I'd stayed in not negotiating with the value of who I am, knowing that I would never do that, it wouldn't have even impacted me. It would have just slid straight off, you know?
Yeah, you would have actually been in a position to be able to see that this is somebody's fear coming out, and you know the truth of who you are, and you stay in that compassionate, and you know, the words that come out of your mouth are very different then, that kind of can soothe these things over. But when you're reactive to it because you're in fear as well, then it is a bit of a mess.
Yeah, exactly. And it goes back to that reactivity we were talking about in money. You start making all these across all areas of your life. The reactivity is not helpful.
Yeah.
And
so I think at the moment these I'd like to share some questions. So quite often we ask ourselves the questions. We ask ourselves questions that don't really take us anywhere. Like, what have I done to deserve this?
Yeah.
Yeah, right. Okay. So who's to blame, contraction and judgment there? So, some of the things that we can, you might like to have a little pen and paper handy and jot some of these down. The energy of wonder and awe and what's possible is your first port of call. I wonder what else is possible. I am in awe of what is next. Even when you don't know anything about it. Remember, I've been talking about getting comfortable in not knowing. Oh my God, I've got no idea. I wonder what else is possible. I wonder how this will evolve. I wonder how this will play out. Questions that you can ask yourself is, what creativity can I contribute right now? What creativity can I bring to this? Totally different question, like, shit, what's going on here? And to ask yourself, what am I giving birth to right now? What am I asking of myself to show up as right now? Like, whoa, the reactive wild woman, or, the wise woman who's in her magic and going, oh, darling, I can see what's going on here. What am I being asked to show up as? So just because then this is the way that you stay in your magic. The other question that I did actually pop in my notes, and I will share it with you. It's a bigger question, but it's like, what am I giving birth to right now that is being facilitated with the energy of this great awakening? Whoa. So there, like, you've got some time now. Take that question, meditate with it. What am I giving birth to that is being facilitated with the energy of this great awakening? Because remember, everything is self-organizing around our success. We've done nothing wrong. Nothing is right or wrong, good or bad. It's not a disaster. This is a great awakening. That energy is going to carry you so much further into the field of love and into the field of knowing what you're about. And it's where the magic can actually start to work from within you. So, we don't negotiate with our magic. It's the truth of who we are. And, it plays out in all sorts of ways. It's like sometimes I see myself, with a group of, say, women who I really admire, and I think, wow, they're doing really well. And then you might have a chat with them and I just notice that I kind of show up as like, oh, they're better than me. It's like, and just start to monitor where this happens and goes, what a crazy chick thing to do. Like, they're not doing anything to me. I'm just fronting up in this in this, I've lost connection to my magic. All of a sudden I've decided their magic is better than my magic. What a load of hogwash. And so whenever we do get together and we're all there totally in our magic, oh my goodness, oh my goodness, what comes out of those collaborations. So in our magic, our focus is on staying in our magic. Like that's like in the work in the experience that we just did, it's about when we were forgotten which part it was, the money or the wherever it was. I can't track it back now. Sorry, guys. But it's like you know what you know. So whenever there's shit happening around you, you come back to what you know about your magic. There's a lot of mystery in the magic. You come back to that as the stability from which everything else expands. I don't think I explained that very well, but did I explain that very well, Kath? You heard that?
Yeah, it was probably tricky for me just because I've heard it, before, but yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, let's kind of give it a little example. Like when I'd done the work with you, it was really clear to me that beyond any external expression of who I was through business or otherwise, what I knew to be true about myself was that I stood for what my magic was courageous impact. You know, like everything that I did was gathering energy around being of courageous impact. And for me, once I knew that, it was, and you facilitated it, you know, my little beings giving me that, but that was what was at the core of it. And with now I kind of have these words that I just sort of look for opportunities to live that out now. So it's like the filter or the framework through which I live the rest of my life, you know. So it means I go and jump in an ice bath and try Wim Hof method when I would never, like, I hate the cold. There's no way I would do that normally, you know. But that's that. So and when I know when I know that somebody is in or out of one of my programs, I tap into the energy of, do they sit within the value of courageous impact with me, you know? And if they do, then great, they're in. If not, I know that they'll make a decision to leave at some point, and everyone will be okay with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Does that help? Like kind of practically?
Yeah. So it's just like, it's like keeping it simple. So the simple is that the center of your being is your magic. And when you choose to show up as your magic, magic happens.
Danielle wants to ask a dumb question, but it's not a dumb question at all.
No, never a dumb question. And in fact, there's an invitation here for people to ask, like, now's the time to ask questions.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So what is your dumb question, Danielle, while you're...
She wants us to explain magic.
That is so hysterical, because I was almost going to... Sometimes I like to start those discussions with a dictionary definition, because it really helps people.
Would you like me to look one up for you?
Yeah, why don't we do that while I talk about it from a free wheel?
Yeah, sure.
But then to have that would be helpful, because it does seem to help people understand it. So magic is, it's like bringing to life what was previously unknown, and taking something that was deemed to be impossible and bringing it into the possibility. So beautiful. Magic, the power of apparently influencing events by using mysterious or supernatural forces. Wonderful, exciting. And supernatural powers is how a dictionary would determine it, or you know, tell it it is. It's not supernatural powers. It's the only power. Like we are all it. It's not supernatural. It's like it is what we are.
Have you guys ever seen that? What I always find a really practical application of this is the movie Avatar. Does anyone remember that movie? I watched it again the other day, and it's that connection to all that is, you know, those beautiful blue people, how they sit around the tree and they all hold hands and they sway back and forth and they rise up this energy. So if you want to see it practically, it's them visually showing you the connection to all it is, but they're speaking to the trees are speaking to them, everything's connected. To me, that's the magic. It's that invisible force.
Yes, and also in that definition there, apparently influencing. So a truer definition is the power of influencing events by being true to who you are.
Yeah.
We'll take that in. So the power of influencing events, influencing the world that we live in by the truth of actually who you are.
And if you've forgotten who you are, just circle back to the first section of this webinar where Grace reminded you that you are the abundant reality. You are the awakening mystery.
Absolutely.
Infinite field of possibilities.
Absolutely. Does that answer your question, Danielle?
I'm wondering if we could bring anybody on to actually have a little chitty chat.
Yeah.
Give it a go. Maybe try this. Let's try this hand raising thing, shall we, peeps? Who's got a hand up? Let me see and see if I can. I mean, I don't know. Actually, I'll just lower everyone's hand really quickly so no one's got their hand up. And if you want to put your hand up now, if you press your hand up button, I'll give my best shot at making the technology work to bringing you on. If anyone has any questions, it'd be lovely to meet you. It'd be also lovely if you You don't have to turn your camera on, but if you want to, that'd be great. Has anyone?
Okay. We'd love to hear things like, you know, what is exciting you, you know, after today, what kind of excites you around this, and
or how did you feel beforehand, and how do you feel now, and
and you know, how do you feel about the unknown? You know, anything that you have to ask around that.
Oh, there's a little hand. Let me see. Where's that hand? Oh, there we go. Allow to talk. Oh, here we go. I think this might be, hello?
Is that working?
Oh, there you go, darling. Yes, hello. What's your name?
Janine.
Janine. Yeah, you've got a funny address for some reason on your thing.
I just clicked on the link, and that's what I opened up the Zoom.
Anyway.
Yes, Janine.
Hi, guys. How are you?
Yeah, great.
I've actually forgotten the question. You know, yes, to allow that sense of knowing. This gathering to me has reinforced it for me. I've always had the knowing, and I've trusted in my knowing, yet in these last few months I feel like I've been whooshed away with just everything too busy, and this stopping and this isolation is an absolute blessing. And now the creativity is coming back. I feel like I'm getting more centered. I actually have my studio back because nobody's renting anywhere, which is fantastic. And I'm sitting in that space now and loving it. And thank you so much for facilitating this. And Grace, it's been a long time since I first met you in the Essence of Possibilities in 2011 in Anglesey.
Yes, indeed. And the Essence of Possibilities, you know, just again, talking about magic, look at that's a series of 8 vibrational remedies I made back in, actually I birthed them in 2005. And still to this day, my work is all about possibilities. So.
Absolutely. And now you're up in another part, which is up in Queensland. Francesca's in Byron, and Francesca found me in Apollo Bay in 2004. So the light beings we are, and that everybody is now opening up and awakening to that. And for the collective consciousness and energy around the world and the Mother Earth, for her healing, for her calling, the more that we give and share the love and the kindness and the compassion, it will be felt no matter where we are throughout the world, and she will feel it.
She can feel that already. Is there anything you're being stimulated to expand in your world, Janine?
Absolutely, I feel it. And the fear of judgment was a shocker for me. It's been since last year, around about almost a year, about 10 months of really facing it with Toastmasters, the speaking, to face, to allow the heart to open through to the throat. So everything that you say is from your heart, but even grounding it further down into the earth. So she's speaking through my heart.
Okay, so are you open to just having a little bit of a process around that?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you can feel that, correct me or direct me around this. So you're feeling that you're being called to speak more directly around love and the conversation from Mother Earth. Is that? Yes,
and the truth.
Okay, so being able to speak the truth of your heart. So let's just, are you happy for me to use that as the framework, which, yeah?
Definitely.
Beautiful. So this is about supporting you to speak from the truth of your heart to yourself and to those around you. So anywhere, anyone and anything that has ever been associated with the limitation or the submission, not being able to submit to this knowing, anywhere and anyone and anything that's been associated with that story, all of that energy is sent back to the point at which it was created. Any and all of the story that you have actually created around that perception that it is not safe, that it is not real, that it won't be accepted, that you'll be judged at whatever level in any lifetime and across dimensions, and all of the associated story that you have made up around what might or might not happen to you as a result of you speaking from your heart, anywhere and anything associated with that, all of that energy is totally sent back to the point of creation. Now, at the point of creation, all of that energy, again, is released back in to the infinite field of possibilities and the infinite freedom energy for you to be at one and to be a congruent channel of the love of the truth of who you are. So I want you to take a breath and feel your feet on the ground and feel Mother Earth meeting you. And do you have a sense of, or what is your sense now of what you were talking about?
Like a big light bubble.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Illuminating light bubble. Yeah, huge.
Yeah.
Surrounding me, the house, the studio, and my feet are just planted.
Absolutely. So anytime you might find yourself going back into the story, and it's very interesting once you do a clearing or transformation like we've just done here, these odd things happen. Your thoughts will start to go down a certain track, and then you'll kind of catch them and go, well, that's ridiculous. Yep. So as we do that multidimensional clearing, your opportunity now is to simply watch the difference in the way you think about how you can right now actually speak the truth that you know that you've come to share. So I hope that I look forward to hearing from you as to what difference you actually find for yourself over the next couple of weeks, how that actually pans out. And interestingly enough, I've just had a huge deja vu moment. So how interesting is that?
Beautiful.
Thank you, Janine.
Yes, thank you so much, Janine.
Thank you.
Danielle's got a question. Danielle, are you okay if I open up your mic? Are you happy to? Well, I will open it up, and if you want to talk, then go ahead.
I think I'm unmuted now.
There you go. Hello, how are you? That's good. Would you like to repeat your question for Gracie?
Yeah. Do you get a sense of how long this rebirthing of the earth will take, what the new world might look like, and how long this virus is going to be a problem for us? Scare.
We all got about 20 hours. So in a very, thank you so much for your question, Danielle. So time is something that exists in the third dimension.
Mm-hmm.
And time is actually a reflection of consciousness. So do you get a sense of how long this rebirthing of the earth will take? It's actually got nothing to do with time.
Okay.
Yeah. So we as humans like time. Makes us, again, one of those things that makes us feel comfortable. If they were only locked down for a month, that would be all right. Oh shit. So I encourage people to, again, this is why we're focusing on the love that is rising, because it's the love that is rising that will influence the way the virus exists in our world. Does that make sense?
Sort of. Yeah.
So do you get a sense of how long let me break it down a bit more. Do you get a sense of how long this rebirthing of the earth will take? So I think I've answered that. It will leave as quickly as it came, or it will resolve, I shouldn't say, because it's not going to leave. I mean, it's always been here anyway.
Yeah.
And so in that, one of the things that we can actually do is realise we've touched today on our being as being an all-knowing being. Do people understand what I say? So we're actually an all-knowing being, which means that we actually know that virus. Whatever story you've associated with its creation, beyond any of that, your body actually knows that virus. And if it knows that virus, it knows how to deal with it. Yep. So here's a beautiful reframe. Your body knows how to deal with this virus. So if you can shift your focus into, oh my God, my immune system knows exactly what to do with this virus, regardless and outside of any stories of the point of when it was created and how it was created. There's lots of those going around. Beyond all of that, back into the magic of the body, and just know that your body knows what to do about this virus.
Okay.
Yep. So the viruses, like we have millions of viruses and bacteria in our body all the time.
It's amazing you said that, Grace. I watched this thing the other day on Netflix where it had about the Wim Hof method. So the guy with Wim Hof, the breathing ice bath guy, and he has, with his breathing method, which is basically saying the same thing as you're saying, that his body knows how to deal with the cold, and so through his breathing method, he's putting it down to, he's got such insane levels of immunity that he can be injected with E. coli and not have a reaction to it. Like he can talk his body out of it, if you like, which is basically what you're saying. So he's saying that I'm trusting my body knows how to deal with this, you know.
So because part of this has been disempowering people about their health, and it's like, no, we know. Do we need a vaccine? Well, that's another story we're not going to get into today. But it's like, no. So how quickly will it pass? That's up to our consciousness. And what will be
empowering is that, just sitting in knowing, like suddenly all the fear's just gone. It's like, I know how to deal with it. I trust my body, which is only going to promote the, what we need to be able to deal with.
The B cells, the lymphatic system, or the nervous system, like we all know that the biggest de-energizer of the immune system is stress. That's why the world and all of us have chosen this way to wake up. So it's a gift created by humanity to wake up.
Yeah. Thank you, Danielle. Kate, there's Kate and Martha. Kate said number 1. I don't know. Just Kate, there's Kate, Danielle, and Emma and Cass who have all made comments. We'd love to have a little chat to either of you. So if you just raise your hand, I can come to whoever wants to actually have a chat. Thank you, Danielle, for sharing with us. I think you brought up a really important point that's probably been in the back of a few people's minds. So I really appreciate that. All right. No, we don't. Oh, no, we don't need a vaccine. Yes. Okay, cool. Sharon. All right. Let's have a talk to Sharon. Hello, Sharon. Oh, let me unmute you. Sorry, just still learning the control panel here. Oh, why can't I unmute you? Can you unmute yourself, Sharon? Just like make sure that you're, there you go. Hello.
Hey, Sharon.
Hi, Grace. How are you?
Oh, very well, thank you. Thank you for being here, and thank you for making your contribution. We'd love to hear what you have to share with all of us.
I'm really just answering the question, I think, because from what I remember, you said, how are we feeling reassured from this? I felt like I feel okay, and I am reassured with this because, excuse me, I've closed my business. I'm unsure at this point in the direction, but I knew I needed a new direction in my business anyway. So it's on pause. With how I come back to it, I'm not sure yet, but it'll be much bigger.
Yep.
And yeah, what we've been discussing today, I felt as though I've always been waiting for this because I never really fit in anyway. And interestingly enough, I also have a feeling that everyone that I have been treating in the clinic recently won't get this virus. So I don't know. Oh, yes, I do. Sorry.
Can I just intercede there? When I first met Sharon, she would say, I don't know, in about 20 times a minute.
Well, that was a good pickup then, Sharon. Well done.
Oh, trust me to say it then.
You gorgeous being.
Yeah, so I'm feeling really, look, I've had no fear at all, which has been great over the whole thing. And this has been extremely reassuring because, well, no fear about money. Obviously, I think I've had other fears about, like, what do I do with the clinic? But this has helped me to just really trust in all of that. And so mine is on hold for a moment. And, yeah, so we'll see what comes out of that. So this has given me something to work with in my downtime.
Yeah, it's such a gift this time, and there's so many opportunities on the other side of it.
Yeah. And I just encourage you to, you know, in your meditation and stuff, Sharon, is just to go into that energy that at the moment is feeling unknown, knowing that it's actually the constellation of it is adjusting.
Yeah.
And just simply ask to receive what's available to receive right now. What awareness can you receive right now? Because there is a lot of change going on, and some of the way that we're going to evolve out of this is dependent on how we evolve, like where we're at. The biggest scare is over, and all of that is in, like when I look at the energetics, they're not, it's not chaos, it's not chaotic energy. It is actually literally this, what else is possible, what else is possible. And as more and more of us wake up and stay in our power as this emerges, then those possibilities are changing. Yeah. So that's why it's such a wonderful thing in your power as much as you can, because that's actually impacting the field of how this rolls out. Remember, as I was saying, we actually impact the field. We are the field, and how we operate, if that's the right word, what vibration, if we're not in fear, we're in love, we're in the magic, we're in the awakening mystery, anything's possible. Those questions that I shared before, they're all the things that keep opening up the energy. And so when the biggest scare, if you want, or the, you know, this pandemic energy is the energy that's at the end of the pandemic is being formulated. So it's in creation. Am I making sense?
Yeah, yeah.
And so we can, at this point in time, we receive what we can receive so that you can start to open up possibilities and play with them.
Fantastic.
Yep. So that would be my suggestion to you. Yeah.
Thank you.
And I think that's quite relevant to what Kate just said. Thank you so much, Sharon. What Kate just said as well, that she's feeling like she can help people, but she's wondering whether to lower her prices. Go, Grace, you take it.
Why would you sense that you need to disconnect from the infinite field of abundance? All we're simply doing there is projecting in that everything and everybody's more and more and more and more disconnected from abundance.
Let me allow Kate to talk. She's there. Kate, if you want to unmute yourself, you can have a chat to Grace about this.
Yeah. So it's like you're, you know, every single one of us is a wise woman, and somebody may cross your path and you may go, oh, okay, ding. But to actually go, oh, everybody's not got enough, difference. So if you're lowering it because you're projecting into the field that they don't have enough.
Oh, I've got washing going.
So however you choose to offer your services, you do that in the integrity of who you are. And for me personally, I don't want to project in that there's a financial crisis.
No.
Remembering the government's just found the money. So people will find the money, and this is the energy, this is the confidence that's required to not dismantle, or dismantle is not quite the right word. You're feeding into the crisis energy. Yep. So, but people will cross your path, like, you know, if you can support somebody, you'll make the call on that from your heart, not from the projection into the field that they can't pay you.
And knowing your value around that, Kate, too, is extraordinary. In my business journey, I remember, like, when I met Grace, I was unconscious to what I was doing, and blissfully unaware, and was I still now don't charge as much money as I was charging back then. So it's funny, like I just kind of went, oh, if I can say it with a straight face, I'll go with it, you know. And then as I kind of, there is actually a bell curve for this. I can't remember what it's called. There's a principle around this, but as you become consciously aware of what you don't know, you feel, you know, you start to, or you don't feel, then you can get overwhelmed and lower your prices and want to do all of those things, but then wait for the curve back up again when you are conscious of what your gift and value is, and you would never put your prices down in a million years ever again, you know. And we all go on that journey. It's kind of like the minute you realize how much you don't know is the minute you have a crisis of confidence and think, shit, I need to drop everything and go back to just, like, you know, and there's no judgment on that. Like, sometimes you just need to. I certainly felt like I did need to when I was going through my divorce, because I just felt like I couldn't show up in the same way as I was before that. So I changed the thing and did something different and changed the pricing structure. And, you know, so you're allowed to respond, but don't do it out of a lack of value. Just know where, like, a lack of feeling of value to yourself. Just know where your value doesn't lie right now. But know it from yourself, not what other people are telling you. The worst thing you can do in business is have more than one voice in your head, and the only voice in your head should be your own heart voice, really. Like, it's excruciating watching the people that have pulled out of my program over the last few weeks because they've just got too many people telling them what to do, and none of those people know any better than they know. Like, it's, you know, so sit in that knowing. Yeah.
And the other opportunity right here too is to actually add on, not to lower your price, but to add on.
Yeah. Which is exactly what we're doing here, right, Grace? Like, we've got no expectations from this. It's just we are giving back to our tribes.
Yeah. So, Kate, if you know, you said I'm a naturopath that can help people a lot, but mainly niche perimenopause, helping people with their immune health, general health. I would like to know how to pivot and whether to lower my prices. So, in this time of uncertainty, one of the opportunities is to add on to that. So, that could be maintain your fees, because I'm presuming that you too need to actually buy food.
Yes.
Yeah. So this is how false it is when we stop charging. Yep. So, so then you can say, okay, and I'm also for February, you know, sorry, for April and May, I'm doing weekly webinars to support us through this in how your stress, to lower your stress, all the things you know about good eating or whatever it is that you do, and you add it in as a bonus, and they go, oh my God, I get this. Oh, this is amazing. Bang. Yep. Because you're adding more. This is not a time for us to contract. This is to add more. This is the creative energy. So whatever way you feel creative to actually build on what you value, then what we're being asked to do. Does that make sense?
Yes, thank you. Thank you so much, ladies.
Pleasure. Grace, Adrian had a question. Can I clarify that finding my true self, my gift, my purpose is through meditating on the infinite source or my heart? I find this is what has kept coming up for me over and over, and I'm over the years. Am I not stopping in the silence enough?
Well, your heart and the infinite are the same thing. Reframe one, and I know, I know. So they're actually the one thing. And it depends on what I would say to you is, whichever relationship feels stronger, I would meditate into that space. And I think too that it might be
Just a good thing to add in here at the moment, that there are many wise, very, 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 very wise souls on the planet at this point of transition, because we've planned it that way.
Mhm.
And sometimes we've got that inner rustle and the inner urge, because the universe is self-organizing around our success always. It's waiting for the energy of the world to get to a particular position before you burst forth onto the planet in the depth of your purpose. What you need to be careful of there is the cop out, and what I would encourage you to do is to sorry, I'm just getting a bit of a download from you. So there's a couple of Adrienne, do I have your permission just to do a little bit of clearing work on you? It won't take too long. It won't take a few minutes, just like we did before. Is that okay with you?
Yes, that's fine, Grace.
Lovely to talk with you again.
Yeah, you too.
So anywhere and everywhere, Adrienne, you have decided that you are not prepared for your purpose, anywhere, anytime, anything, any place. In all the lifetimes where you have decided that you're not prepared for your purpose, we're returning all of the energy to all those hundreds and hundreds of different points of decisions where you decide you're not prepared enough. And at those points, at those decisions, we're releasing the energy around that, and we're releasing it back into the infinite field of possibilities. And now we're going to gather all the stories that you have, all the stories you've made up, all the stories you've heard about preparedness, practicality, practicality, what else is in there? Validity, reasonable, rational, sustainable's biggie for you. So anywhere and anything around those stories, either created by yourself consciously, subconsciously, or unconsciously, or projected into your energy field consciously, subconsciously, or unconsciously, all of those energies are returned back to the point of creation, and at the point of creation they're actually recalibrated into infinite possibilities. All of your story about time and timing, all of those are also returned back to all of those stories. Any attachments you have to them or any attachments they have to you, they're all returned back to the point of creation. And at the point of creation, that is returned into the infinite, endless, infinite sea of all is as it is in each and every moment, in each and every now. So I want you to take a deep breath in. And when you think about that question, does it feel different for you?
She's allowed to talk.
Thank you. I feel like I clutter it with, I'm unsure of.
Okay, can I make a suggestion to you? There's some healing opportunities around here, around splitting your energy, around doing it on your own and actually receiving support and assistance.
Yes.
So drop into your heart around that, because we're all here to support and assist each other. Yep.
Yes.
It can be a long path on your own because of the imprinting and the programming. That's why I do the work I do. If you want to take a long time and work through yourself on your imprinting and programming, I make no judgment, that's a choice. But I'm on the planet for those of us who actually go, you know what? No, I don't want to play in that field anymore.
And so we're all here to help each other. And as I was saying before, whatever it is that your purpose is, there are people who will be on the planet who will benefit from you standing up in your purpose and offering that to them. You don't have to do this alone. Yeah, you have a choice around that. And I'd encourage you to actually drop into your heart with, and let the answer, okay, beautifully, this is relevant for a whole lot of people. So quite often when you meditate, you go actually looking for answers and responses. Yeah.
Yeah.
Does not, very, very limiting, because your ego's in there. Yep, looking for solutions. So when you meditate, this is a suggestion for everybody, when you meditate, it's actually a receptive state. A receptive state. So that you allow the wisdom to drop into you. Please don't try to find it in this state that you've created for yourself. It's like it's an open, receptive state, and allow it to drop in. And sometimes it drops in when you're in that state and you're going, no thoughts, no thoughts, no thoughts, no thoughts, no thoughts, if you have to think anything. Or just feel the energy, feel the magic. And the universal response will come to you. You cannot find it. It will come to you. And that is very relevant for a whole lot of people in this space right now.
I remember, can I give you an example of that? Actually, I remember years ago, just in a practical example, years ago, Grace and I were doing some work together, and I was working closely and I am a director in my sister's company in the UK. And at the time I had a business that was under a business name, not my personal name. And I was trying to keep everything sort of separate. And I was getting torn between all these expectations on me and which way I should go, and was being constantly reminded by my mentors to choose one thing and kind of do it well and go all in on it. But I just felt, because of the energy in my life, which actually at the time, which actually feels quite similar to the energy now, where people are scrambling and reacting and things like that, I had my finger in a bunch of different pies just in case. And after some work with Grace, it just dropped in so deeply to me that I needed to, what was cool about it was that it wasn't that I needed to make a decision then and there whether I left that company or not. In my mind at the time, the only way that could happen would be to hurt my sister. And I didn't want to do that. So I felt sort of trapped. So what I did was I made the decision to rebrand my business under my personal name, to open up the energy of possibility that one day over time we would be able to separate, and she'd be Jo Martin and I'd be Kath Clarke, rather than me being Jo Martin's little sister, and have my own identity. And then we'd see where those possibilities took us. So I didn't look for the answer. I just did the decision that was in front of me right then and there, which was to not be Get Traffic Ready Proprietary Limited anymore and start being Kath Clarke. That was the only choice that I needed to make. And it was a choice. So I did that. And at the time, I remember standing under this gum tree in a park while I was doing a bit of meditation on it. I was like, that's what I need to do. And just suddenly, as soon as I realized it, this whole pathway opened up energetically in front of me. And I thought, one day I'm going to be welcomed back into the partnership with my sister and my brother-in-law as an equal, because I wasn't at the time. I was Jo's little sister. And I didn't know how or when or what, but just by making that one decision, everything else started to conspire towards it. And sure enough, here we are now in a situation where I'm still a director of the company, so I lost nothing. I still love and support my sister. She never felt otherwise. And now I have all these opportunities to work together with her as a true equal partner, rather than as her little sister. And so but I didn't have to make all those decisions and map out all the pathways of how and the plan A, B, C right through to Z, which is what I used to do. All I had to do was make that one choice first. So I hope that helps in a kind of practical way for you, anyone that's sort of feeling the same way as Adrian. Beautiful. Gracie, so we're coming up to time. I'm glad that it felt like it was speaking to a few other people there as well. Grace, is there anything you want to say before I just jump into the sort of the second half of what now happens?
The only other thing is that I do the gift. There is a Summoning Your Magic gift available. So again, if you are interested,
in receiving that. It's from my Magical Reality online program, one of the modules there. It's very self-contained, but it will help you summon this magic in, because this is actually this is actually where we need to be. So as we're grounded in this, we will be making choices and decisions in alignment with our greatest capacity and greatest contribution, which is really what we're all here doing. So yes.
Beautiful. Thank you, my love. So what's going to happen from now, my gorgeous people, is we are going to take down all of your email addresses for the things that you have asked for throughout the session. And I hope that you have felt that it has been as extraordinary as I've certainly felt. I know that you guys, you know, there was probably moments where it might have all felt you know, beyond belief, or that you were right in it. And again, as Gracie would say, have no judgment over any of those reactions or feelings, and help us move forward and keep raising that collective consciousness to, you know, because we know and love this virus, and we know and love all the economic things that are happening as a result of it, and the board game has changed, and it's an exciting opportunity. So as you log off from this, I'm just kind of a little unclear, Amanda. As they log off from the webinar, will the survey come up automatically? Would they need to click a link? Could you, because we need to, if you would be so kind as to give us a little bit of feedback. Are you there, Amanda? Can I unmute you? Am I able to?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, you can. Sorry, I am totally here. I just wanted to say that was awesome. I've just put the URL in the chat channel. So if it doesn't come up for you lovely people, that is it there. So here it is again, the feedback form, and there are some of the links for today's gifts that you will see after the form as well. So if you can't wait for the email to come out, you can download some of those meditations right now, and then the finance one will be sent out.
Yep.
Over the next couple of days. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, darling. Thank you very much. So, and if you guys want to stay in touch with Grace and I in the meantime, you can take a little screenshot of that right now. Gracie has her own Facebook group where she's taking care of you, or you can follow her on Facebook, or you can go and visit her on her website if you want to know more. And there's some links of mine too. So if you are in business and you want to know how to bring the magic into your business and create some possibilities from here, then I'd be more than happy to help you. I obviously have done a lot of work with Grace, so we're on the same page, and you can expect the same sort of thing, but in a business way from me, or follow me on Facebook, or visit my website. No, it's been an absolute joy having you all here, and we would be so grateful if you could give us some feedback by following that link that Amanda just popped into the chat channel, and giving us some answers on what you got out of it, how you were feeling before, how things have changed for you, because it gives us feedback on how we can help our beautiful tribe more in what's going on for you guys right now. Like Grace is pretty great at tapping into the energy, and so am I, but it's always lovely to hear your actual words about what you were feeling before and after all of this. Gracie, you feel like you're going to say something. Did you want to say something?
Oh, no, what I was going to say, just to reinforce that it's really helpful for us, because we're here to assist all of us. And so if we know what is jiggling around in you, that helps us to say, okay, well, you know, we can provide this, or we can provide this, or we can provide this. And so because everything is changing. So the way that both Kath and I and all of us on the call may have delivered opportunities to our beautiful people, being changed. So we'd love you to spend just a minute or two thinking, oh, I think that would be really helpful for me, because that's what we're all here to do for each other. So yeah, if you take those few minutes, it would be really, we'd be very, very much in gratitude and love for that.
Thank you so much, everyone. So that brings us to the conclusion. I hope you are all feeling wonderfully inspired. The energy's up. Notice the bees and the birds, and stay in the awakening mystery as we navigate our world. I was going to say, well, I just our way through that. I was going to say the mad world, but it doesn't feel that mad anymore. I don't know about you guys, but I feel pretty good about it. All right. Yes, Exactly, our whole new world. Thank you, beautiful people. Thanks for everyone.
Much love to everybody. Thank you so much. Mwah.
All right. See you.
Bye.
Bye.